Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Ryan, have you reached a decision on Mitch's fifth-year option?
Yeah, as we go through that, that's something we're not going to comment on right now. We'll discuss it when we get closer to that point. We got until May to make that comment, and we'll talk about it as we get closer to that date.
In true Chicago Bears fashion, there's no way in hell that they should pick up Mitch's fifth-year option. There's no way that it should be done at any point, because let's just say it's an open competition, everything goes great, and Mitch goes out there and fucking blows up, and everybody's jerking everybody off. That's great. That's what we want. Then you fucking tag him. That's good for Chicago. That's the fuck a cap philosophy that I totally agree with.
It was not a shock that Mitchell Trubisky did not have his option picked up. We made a case for it last week. I talked to Ian Rappaport, and Chris and Danny and I were saying, okay, there's no risk unless there's a serious injury, because this is the last draft class that does not have their option automatically guaranteed. After this class, you pick it up, it's guaranteed no matter what. So why didn't they pick it up?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that go into this. And you talk to a lot of people around the league. In some circles, they're actually surprised that the Bears didn't, because it gives you at least a sense of beginning contract negotiations with the guy if he plays well. Of course, he has to play well in order for that to happen. To me, the Bears had some optics to consider, and this isn't just publicly. This is internally, too. Everybody knew that Mitchell Trubisky took a major step back in 2018, 2019. It's just his play was just frustrating for a lot of people up at Hallis Hall. So in order to reward him for what he did, I think it was just a bad look, not only externally, but internally in that locker room, amongst scouts, amongst everybody in that organization who knew that he took a step back on the field.
This decision was made when they acquired Nick Foles, but I give the floor to the insider. What do you say on this front?
Yeah, they'd come to this decision that they're not going to pick up Mitch's fifth-year option. I think the Nick Foles the decision to trade for him essentially solidified it, but they had been moving this way for a while. Look, the film doesn't lie with what Mitch has done.
The tape doesn't lie.
You can talk about how the rest of the Bears offense didn't perform up to the level they hoped, especially at tight end and offensive line, but it comes down to quarterback play, and Mitch just did not meet the expectations that the Bears placed on him.
It's not all on Mitch.
So there's really no reason to pick up his fifth-year option, even before they traded for Foles, because you're risking him being bad and then getting hurt and then being on the hook for $24 million in 2021 for a bad quarterback. What this does is, and this is in tandem with the Foles trade, is they're also trying to motivate Mitch. They're trying to tell him, hey, we've given you this job for the last 3 years, essentially. Now you've got to go out and earn it. And your career is really on the line here. So us trading for Nick Foles, us not picking up your fifth-year option, is also trying to send a message to him to try to light a fire under him to see if that finally brings out the guy they thought they were getting 3 years ago.
And when we drafted Mitch Trubisky, I booed relentlessly.
What I've been thinking about is the tricky situation that the Bears are in that, they only have one quarterback on the roster. So if you bring in a veteran, you're basically saying we've given up on Mitch. Now, if you bring Mitch back and you give him the fifth-year option and you draft a second, third-round quarterback, then you're hoping to get lucky and find like a Gardner Minshew, a Tom Brady in the sixth round kind of thing. And the chances of that are so fucking distant. And you're getting a veteran. That to me makes sense, and that's the way this team should be.
That already knows the offense.
Yes, exactly. He knows the terminology. He has a relationship with your new quarterback coach. That holy shit.
It's deleted.
All right, the Bears will be back on the field at some point, and via DraftKings, the all-important who will be the starting quarterback prop week 1. Nick Foles minus 167. That is oddly specific, but you bet 167 to win 100. Mitchell Trubisky plus 130. This one to me is a no-brainer. It's going to be Foles, right? Unless Foles gets injured in training camp or the preseason, which I guess we can't rule out given that he got injured in week 1 last year, it's going to be Foles. He's winning that job.
Yeah, I would hope so, but I don't know if you're going to just throw that out there. Nick Foles has one of the most interesting careers of any quarterback in terms of the highs and the lows, and I don't know what Foles you get in camp. I don't know how long the camp's going to be. Like, I would bet Foles, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a guarantee. It's kind of crazy to say it's a guarantee knowing that Nick Foles hasn't been the most consistent guy in his career.
Hopefully this is 100% wide open competition. They give both of the guys every chance in the world to win the job. But in terms of, if you're going to look at broad picture here, it's not just on field. They're looking at this guy behind the scenes, and still to this day, the man the fuck up statement to me speaks volumes about what their thinking is with Mitch Trubisky. And it's not just on field. It could be in classroom, maybe his demeanor, maybe his Mitch, let shit go. We live to fight another day. Stop fucking stressing. Stop overthinking.
What's the worst that can happen? The Bears have to pay Mitch Trubisky because he went to the fucking Super Bowl and turned it around? Well, what's the worst that can happen? Because you brought competition. You didn't just talk about it, Pace. You did it.
I mean, I have a phone here. Sure, yeah. Listen, you're not going to go anywhere in the NFL without a quarterback. You're just not going to. And I think it's a huge mistake if the Chicago Bears head into next season with potentially Mitch gone and Nick Foles. You know, even if he plays well, he can opt out and hits the open market. Who knows? Then you've totally backed yourself into a corner.
Bears Bar Room, 100 proof.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh. Yeah. Nah. A Bears Bar Room, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Bar Room, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose. Yo, first, the smartest man, no tweets he's ever missing. Impossible the mission, call out frauds with precision. A Bears 100 proof, these days is number one Adora. Slaying dumb tweets, cross-eyed like Katora. Never one to back down, should be calling a fraud. Our dumbest tweets of the week, the mailman goes all out. Cheers, Bears fans! The fire Puerto Rican barkeeping for Chicagoland. He's the godfather, the one, the real producer, always keeping the show together with the voice that will seduce. Risking down the Firefox, the old timer never stops. IPA, drafts, malts, craft spark, he takes the shots. No deny. Flies appreciated worldwide. Canada, Scotland, England, Brazil, Mexico, and Dubai. Dr. Phil is the guy, the one to realize that the barroom needed a show with an endless shoot supply. Go big coat for the narrative on color, brought the Jasons of get paid for Mitchell. Now I'm the usher. Standing up for the truth, 100 proof with the guys. Almost burned off the show, but I came back for the bar flies. Flies. Fuck a fraud in his keyboard, Twitter, tough guys surround us. Bringing truth on the Bears worldwide, barflies astound us. This is the number one pod, that's the reality of the truth. And if you don't know what's fun now, Bears 100 proof. A Bears Bar Room, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Bar Room, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, 100 no matter if the Bears win or lose.
The NFC North 2018 Division Champions.
They're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. MC for Bears Bar Room, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose.
And they win the NFC North.
You know you got to feel it. You got to feel it.
Cheers, Bears fans! This is Bears 100 100 Proof. And you just heard another super Johnny Santucci open to the show, along with our theme song created, produced, sung by Draft Dr. Phil Latoshin. My name is Aldo Gandia. I serve the drinks in this raucous, rowdy Roadhouse bar. But don't you worry, the stars of our show are here, and you can see them on your screen here at the very first Bears 100 Proof Bears Barroom video show. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitcher, your mama's channel, everywhere you can get a live feed. That's where we are. And finally, we have been listening to our fans for a long, long time, and you guys have said, when are you gonna go to video? When are you gonna go to video? And finally, we did it. Shane Marsaw, Draft Dr. Phil, Greg Braggs, and I are really, really happy to be here with you. And we know you guys have been waiting. Some of you as much as an hour in the chat room.
The tailgate.
Exactly, you've been tailgating. And so thank you for your patience as we worked out some technical difficulties on our first foray into video. And then this is a town hall. We're going to do a regular show like we always have. But in addition to that, the last fourth of the show, we're going to be communicating with you. We're going to want to tell you about some of our plans and get your input into what we're doing. I want to turn it over to Draft Dr. Phil because I know nobody is more excited than Draft Dr. Phil to have his mug on television in 119 different countries. Phil, how are you, brother?
Dude takes 500 selfies of himself every day. Now he gets video.
I don't know why he's echoing, but I listen, in all realism and truth be told, I've said for a long time, this show needs to be on video. And here we finally are. And it's an emotional night for me because, you know, in a world where there's a pandemic, let me do it in the Mandela. In a world where there's a pandemic, we finally have 100 proof. And I hear the fans. They're not afraid to speak to me because I fucking shout them out, Shane, and care
for 3 hours every Wednesday.
Exactly. And here we are communicating. I'm looking right into the camera at you guys at home that have asked. And Shane, to his credit too, and Aldo behind the scene, we wanted to do it, but we wanted to do it right in this kind of way with graphics and video, as you saw in the open. We're just scratching the surface of what we're going to bring to the table here. And tonight, I mean, I've been waiting all day, nervously anxious about this show and what it is now. I mean, that's us, really, what you saw waiting as the open plays, and you hear it either on your podcast or you're listening live in MixLR. Now you see us and we're dancing and we're screwing around and there is no script. I didn't know who's going first, but I'm excited because we're here on the best fucking Bears podcast on the planet. I always say that because I believe it. And surround yourself with good people. My father always said that. Surround yourself with good people. And here we are, live on 100 proof. You get to see the emotions. Aldo, what are we going to do when the game starts and we go last call on a camera and I'm going crazy? People are going to see it like you did. So I love you, fans. I could see interaction on the side. I'm seeing people everywhere excited. We're on Facebook, Twitch. I don't even know what the fuck Twitch is, but we're there and I'm happy about it. I'm happy to be with these guys. Like I said, surrounding yourself with good people. I can't think of 3 better guys, not only that I think in life, but let's be honest. You're at a fucking bar and you're sitting next to, and real quick, you're at a bar, you're sitting next to a guy and they're a Bears fan. And the first thing they do is like, you sit down like, this fucking Trubisky sucks. This motherfucker sucks. This guy sucks. And that negativity, I just can't do it. So when I get to an educated place with you fans, with you people, and even if we disagree, right, we get to the point of trying, and that's why we did this show, to get the fan to a better level, because I see people and reporters and everybody retweeting or re-saying what we said 150 times over. So that's my first ever video rant, Shane. Video rant.
It's been a long time. Gandia, he didn't even hardly talk to us today, Phil. And we're still pulling this off.
Where he was. Where was he?
Oh my gosh. I had, again, I don't like to talk about my personal life here, but I had some fucking issues. I'm going to talk to you guys off show so that you can help me put together a hit squad.
I think you can get an ointment for most of those issues. Call the 100 proof physician.
On a fucking dime. Look at him. On a fucking dime. Yes, I see you, AC. Holy
You had a big day today, Gandia, interviewing Cole Kmet on our airwaves.
On the airwaves.
Bears, who's doing it up like Bears Barroom?
Yeah, I mean, that was a shocker to me. Mike North apparently is related to Cole Kmet. Who knew?
Third cousin.
I love third cousins.
Exactly.
Uncle Louie told me about you.
Exactly. So we got him on, and he was a great interview. He was fantastic. We're going to have clips of that interview on tomorrow's Draft on Tap. Greg Gabriel, your good buddy, Draft Dr. Phil, he's going to be on Draft on Tap with Danny Shimon. I'm sitting in for Ryan Badgley, who's got some busy stuff going on with the United Way. So he's asked me to co-host with Danny that show. So we're going to have Greg Gabriel on. We'll have clips of the Cole Kmet interview. We'll also have clips of the Dieter Iceland interview because Danny's been watching some more tape on him, and he wants to talk about some of his skills and stuff. So we got a great show on on Draft on Tap Thursday night. Now that's on Mixler. So we're not going to be on video yet with Draft on Tap. The other shows are down the line. Right now it'll be Bears 100 Proof.
There ain't enough makeup for those guys.
That's right. Danny's got to get a camera for his phone.
We've never seen Danny.
Exactly.
Dan and Danny. I was talking about him today with Shane. I go, can we get Aguirre with a camera on?
Oh,
so
can you imagine Dan Aguirre on cam? His hair's down to his shoulders now.
Well, check this out. I got an idea that I want to bounce off for you. And so why not do it in front of our fans since we're asking for their input? And Greg, if you can collect thoughts to this. I have this idea. I was watching YouTube the other day and the Howard Stern channel popped up, and they've got, you know, how they used to years ago have the Gary puppet. Now they got puppets for everyone on the staff, right?
Yes.
So I thought, let's get a fucking a bear puppet, right? And we'll get fucking Dan Aguirre to voice the bear puppet. Come up with jokes and a whole fucking stand-up routine, and we'll have him as part of the four-way. We'll go to him and ask him questions, and he'll be yeah, you know, I fucked Virginia McCaskey or whatever the fuck he wants to say.
Dan Bear. Dan Bear puppet. We gotta come up with a name.
The bear, the stand-up comedian, some shit like that, and have him like a stand-up comedian. But an idea that we can pitch around, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. We've got well over 100 people live with us, and that's pretty extraordinary. We're 20 minutes into the show. Shane, we haven't heard from you. What are your thoughts about this whole video venture?
I like it. No, I'm excited, man. Phil and I were talking today, and you could hear the nervous excitement. It took me back to playing competitive sports. You know, you have to have a little bit of that nervous excitement before tip off or whatever sport you're playing, and that's the way I felt all day. You know, you're a little bit on edge, just excited to get this rolling because we've been doing this for 5 years together. You know, Greg is new to our team here, but he's still a huge part of our team. And with you three, this has been something that we've talked about a lot. And Phil's been, spearheading that avenue that we've been going down, and a lot of talk and a lot of putting things off. And we want to get everything right for everybody listening, and even listening to the podcast version. So I couldn't be more excited, and just the avenues that this is going to open up for us. It's it's really limitless. I really believe that, and it's going to make what we do so much better, and the fans are going to enjoy it so much more. And plus, we get to look at you, Aldo. So it's a major plus.
We finally get to see the guy. I mean,
yeah,
we
he doesn't
only
talk
see him
to us.
Wednesdays.
Doesn't talk to us during the day, but now we get to see him on 100 proof.
How do we have such good, like, what do we call it? Energy,
Chemistry,
charisma, chemistry, all of that, like. And then we only see Aldo on Wednesdays. We never hear from him.
6 p.m.
We're going live on video. I don't know if anybody knows.
I was like, we'll hear from him about 6 o'clock tonight. And be like,
We'll
yes,
get
here's the rundown. I'm like, it's 100
little
proof. You don't
rundown.
need a fucking rundown.
We get a 5-second
do
rundown.
rundowns.
Oh, by the way, we're gonna do bear up, bear down.
Yeah.
And it's weird for fans because they always, some of you or thousands of you that listen just hear the voice.
Right.
So I remember being a kid and listening to 660 out here in New York and hearing Mike and the Mad Dog. And then Chris Mad Dog Russo with that voice. Over here, Mikey. And I'm like, what is this guy fucking? And then you see him for the first time. And it's so weird. So same thing for you, like Howard Stern. I didn't know what he looked like with this voice. And then you see him, in the 90s on the E network. So some fans are seeing us for the first time. So I'm sure there'll be jokes and stuff like that Greg will have to endure.
We're going to get Greg Braggs on the Sibian later, too, as a tribute to Howard Stern. It's going to be great. He's going to unload on that thing.
That's right. We're going to stick a dildo up Greg's ass.
No insertion, Greg. No insertion. Don't drop your phone.
Whoa. What are we doing? Slow down. Let's save this for the 4th hour.
Look at how he lit up. He actually dildo up his ass.
Everybody's asking what you did to your fingers.
Yeah, what's going on with your fingers? Hold
It's a bricklaying. It's a bricklaying thing. You get like, we see how this is like the fingers kind of eating up on the end. So like when you're laying brick or stone, you get the mortar on your fingers, and if you're touching the mortar too much, you got to wrap it up with some Band-Aids and some tape, and then it heals up. That's kind of the.
I thought you were trying to get ready like Singletary. We used to tape up all his fingers.
That's right. I'm ready. Game ready.
Cars has been in the chat room for 35 seconds, and he's already got his first shot fired.
Really?
What the fuck?
Well, it wouldn't be 100 proof without some jokes and humor. Come on, I'm gonna get the short jokes.
Yeah, that'll be on there.
Everybody should ask Bearlissimo's in the chat. He already knows what we're going to talk about with the show. He listened to it and watched it earlier.
It's in my brain. It's in my brain.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what we have planned. Again, we've got a kind of a normal show. We're going to talk Chicago Bears. We're going to do tweets of the week. We're not doing a bear up, bear down. I'm not going to throw that on you here at the last minute.
Well, I'm not ready.
We'd roll with it.
We could do it though if you wanted to show the crowd.
Yes.
Show off your toys.
We are going to bring Alex Acevedo in a little later because we got some exciting news.
Swagman.
Flag Shop. He met with. I'll let him share the news. It's really exciting news because again we're responding to what the Barflies and all the followers of our show are asking for, and so Alex has been working really, really, really hard, and I'm really proud and very grateful for what he's doing. So he'll join us after tweets of the week to share that, and then the last third, fourth of the show, whatever it is, we'll start answering your questions that our man Greg Braggs is furiously writing down. He's writing down your comments. Look at him at work there. Look at him.
My head is spinning. There's too many people.
He was lying.
Shut the hell up. The chat's like
child labor.
I can't. Yeah, my head is spinning. It's gonna melt by the end of this. I can't write all these questions down. Half these people just need to shut up. Either if you're funny, go ahead and comment. But
there's his 5 megabytes per second.
Yeah. Did we get the internet juiced up yet?
Yeah.
Greg?
Did anybody help him? I mean, Cars
Nobody
is supposed to be a
helps me.
fan. He's supposed to be a friend. He should be sending you a new router. Cars. I'm calling him out.
Yeah,
And
Carson said he's leaving to put the kids to bed. So
he should be helping Greg out with his internet connection. You could see how glitchy.
5
he is.
Mbps. He's cruising down there in
Cruising at
Indiana.
5 Mbps.
Typical
you
Notre Dame
listening-
fan.
hey, let's turn our attention to a little Chicago Bears talk right
Yes.
now. You guys actually sent me some audio.
I sent you some great audio that Barfly Ralphie Tribby had sent me from. First, you want to do the Michael Wilbon talk?
Oh,
on
yes.
Mitch Trubisky. Yeah. So there's 2 clips there. I kind of split them up so we could react to what he has to say. And I got to say, I was kind of shocked, Aldo, that Wilbon took this stance, especially when we've tore him a new ass on this show with some of his hot takes. But here tonight, it was really interesting when I was listening to it on the drive home from work. And I thank you, Ralphie. And that's what this show is. It's interacting with you guys, that fan. Hey, this is what I found. You know how many times Isaiah Robles or Ralphie or Rel Remy, Heidi or Viggy up in Wisconsin, you guys find something like, yo, you guys got to talk about this for us. That's helping the show. That's really helping. And Berlissimo, you guys see these things, share them. We're gonna talk about it. That's what 100 Proof is. And as we go into the off season, and there is no football, and there are things going on, then we got to have your help there. And that's why this show stands the way it does. I appreciate. I don't know if you got it queued up, and I talked long enough for you.
I do have it queued up, but which of the 2 do you want me to play first? You want me to play
the long one first?
Okay,
because
so
the
that's
short one he kind of wraps up. I clipped it so it would go to you faster.
Yeah,
so you could play them both back to back.
All right, here it goes. This
I'm like
is
the last person defending Mitch. I just want Mitch.
no, that's the short one. So let me start with Rich Eisen and Michael Wilbon. Here it goes.
A couple quick hitters for you before I let you go. First is, how many episodes will The Last Dance of Mitchell Trubisky be? What do you got for me? How many episodes?
That's so cold. Rich, listen, this comes up. I want to come back to talk to you about whatever happens, whenever it happens with Trubisky and Foles. And I now feel bad for Mitch Trubisky. I mean, he's got a coach who doesn't want to coach him. His coach was in Kansas City when Patrick Mahomes was a rookie, and he coached him. He wants to coach Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't want to coach Trubisky. And now Trubisky is being taken down by his coach and GM who won't back him, really. Not really. And I think this is awful. I mean, Trubisky, I never thought they should have. It was a bad deal to trade up to get Trubisky. Just take him. Just take him when you take him. You had to pick. And it wouldn't have put all this pressure on him, and it wouldn't have recast him in a way to have people talk constantly about what the capital expended to get him. But what's happening with Trubisky now, man, it's just wrong. It's just wrong, Rich. I don't care what people say. I know all the executives will defend other executives. It's just wrong to treat Trubisky this way. It's wrong to do it publicly. And you know what? If they coach him hard, to use a Michael Jordan phrase, if they coach him hard and he's not up to it, then let him go. C'est la vie. But they haven't done that. They haven't done that. This guy doesn't want to coach him. I know that from players who were in Kansas City at the time. He didn't want to coach him.
That's extraordinary that Michael Wilbon is showing.
I was shocked.
Yes.
I'm like, is he listening to me on the show?
Exactly. Somebody must have sent him a note saying, listen to Draft Dr. Phil talk.
That's because Ralphie heard it and he's like, you got to hear this. It's like they're listening to you. That was his quote. But go ahead. You got more, right?
Yeah, this is a 33-second clip.
This is how he rap.
Yeah.
I'm like the last person defending Mitch. I just want Mitch Trubisky to have a fair chance. I think there's more talent in him than apparently they do. And they moved up. They moved heaven and earth to trade up ahead of Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. They made that move, and now they can't. I can't stand when people won't own what they did. And that's what I feel coming out of Chicago. That's what I feel coming out of the coach and the GM. Own what you did. Don't blame it all on this kid.
Well,
I agree with a lot of what he is saying, but like I was telling Mike North today on the Mike North Advantage, at the same time, I want to see competition. I want to see somebody. I wish it wasn't Nick Foles. I wish it was somebody else, even a young developmental quarterback. But I want to see him, not coddled as much as he has been, where they gave him his roommate, Michael Burton. They gave him Chase Daniel, his tutor. They gave him Dave Ragone, his longtime quarterback coach. They gave him everything he wants, and it has not worked out. Now, Phil, I totally get it. It has not worked out because of coaching errors, because of player lack of performance, especially at the offensive line, especially at the fact that there isn't a tight end for an offense that's almost built around a tight end. And so there's a lot of other issues with Mitch. But as Shane has pointed out a million times on the show, and you have too on the Tape Never Lies a million times, his mechanics are bad. And so it is time that he step up. So, I agree with Wilbon to a certain degree, but at the same time, I want this kid now to step up. And I think that getting some competition on him is going to light a fire under him, and that he's going to go out there and play his best football. I have that. It's more of a hope as a fan than a belief, but I gotta believe it, because like you always say, I root for the jersey.
Well, let me just interject here real quick. It's best for the Bears if it's Mitch,
right?
If he comes out of this ahead. And what everybody needs to realize, Aldo, you bring up the point of Mitch's mechanics, and 75% of people are going to default to putting that on the offensive line. And that's not true. Yes, they can be a portion of it, but we've always talked about that left foot, how he unlocks that left foot and his left hip. And even when he has a clean pocket, Mitch has done that. He's done that all the way back to North Carolina. If you go back to draft day and you watch when he was drafted, John Gruden was one of the analysts talking, and he said, one thing that always worries me with Trubisky is he sails a lot of balls, and when he'll sail them out of bounds where nobody can even attempt to make a play on it. And we've seen that continue in Chicago. We could have iced the game against the Chargers this year, but he missed a wide open guy. Yes, there's times when it is going to fall at the feet of the coach and the offensive line, but Mitch is just as guilty of things that Mitch can control that he hasn't done a good job with. And putting this added pressure on him is going to do one of two things. It's going to make him or break him. The Bears, to me, played this absolutely perfectly.
I want to say I'm on the other end. You sound a little bit too much like Cars. He's getting in your fucking head too much.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, here we go. Here we go.
There is a little mechanic issue, but collapsing pockets also.
How is it a little mechanic issue, Phil, if we're in year fucking 4 and it's the same issue? It's not little. It's the same issue.
You can't skip over what Aldo said. That isn't one piece. It's not like, there's just one piece.
I never said it was one piece. I'm saying you can't say it's just a small problem.
Your head coach, gimmick, offensive play calling, and shitty situational football decisions don't help. You have terrible personnel at the tight end. You're running out Adam Shaheen. I mean, the chaos that I saw on the offensive line is impossible to properly assess this quarterback. I've never left that island because I've done all the tape work. And yes, there is a mechanic issue sometimes. It's not there all the time. Even if you said when he has an open pocket, it's there too. Sometimes, not all the time, but that's football. And he has to get
Nobody's
better.
saying that he needs to be perfect, Phil, but how many times have
everybody's expecting him to be perfect? How do you be perfect in chaos? How do you do it?
But then that's the same thing that your own father said on this network that your head coach is learning too. But then you're going to gloss over that and put everything at the feet of the head coach.
The fucking head coach has no learning curve.
Your father even said that he does.
Saying factually he's learning. He's giving a fact, but that's not an excuse. There's a
How is
difference.
it not an excuse?
How
So
do you
Mitch
learn on the
So
epitome
Mitch
of your job?
showing issues that he showed at North Carolina still going into year 4 is the head coach's fault. No, you got to hold you
I'm
got to
not
make
saying
Mitch.
that. You manipulated the pocket the wrong way.
I'm not
When you
manipulating
ran
any
out and got
pocket.
sacked.
No, man.
I'm going out this way out the gate. I'm saying this quarterback can't be properly assessed with a terrible head coach who's also the offensive coordinator. If he was just the head coach and his OC, who, by the way, he fired and scapegoated, then he has the perfect right. But this isn't the head. This is the head coach learning to be a head coach as well as be a professional. Oh, by the way, offensive coordinator. Both. So my father doesn't get to talk about how are you learning at the NFL to be a head coach and the offensive coordinator. He called plays in a playoff game and ran the ball 12 times, 3 times. So I'm just saying tap the brakes. It's Chicago.
Nobody's saying, Phil. My point is, I've always been that it's more. Everybody is so fast and wanting to say it's all Mitch, it's all Matt Nagy,
Yeah,
it's all Ted Phillips. It's not. It's a little bit. It's part of all of them.
But Mitch in the audio,
You're not seeing. You're
what's
not
Wilbon
seeing.
saying?
You're
I
not
feel
seeing,
bad for Mitch.
Wilbon's not seeing Mitch in the classroom. You aren't. I'm not. We're
either.
not seeing
You're
behind
right.
the scenes.
But
We're
we've
not
never
seeing if
said
this kid
that.
is a mental midget where shit bothers him. We've seen it up live and personal. We don't see how he's reacting to it behind the scenes. Come on, man. You're a head coach of a football team and you have wide receivers openly recruiting other guys at that position. That doesn't send up red flares to you.
Absolutely.
It does. It's big time.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not saying anything other than fairly assessing the kid.
That's what I said. I brought up that he has an issue with mechanics, and you said I'm letting cars manipulate my mind. I'm saying the same goddamn story I'm saying all the time.
He doesn't have mechanical issues all the time.
I didn't say that he has them all the time.
That's what an audience hears. I'm hearing you say that. That's not you that I talk to.
And they're hearing you blame everything on the head coach.
No tight end that they run through the whole fucking scheme with, right? Let's go through these and.
But why? Okay, so I brought up a fundamental flaw with Mitch that he's still to this day.
How's your son learning at home? How is he learning at home? How are your children, all of you in the audience, learning at home? Are you a good teacher to teach him that, or no? It's very fucking hard, right? People are having a lot of respect for teachers, including my wife. So I'm looking at it like this. If the head coach is calling these plays and he's responsible for it, then yeah, it is on him first and foremost. He's the biggest issue. Then the offensive line, then Mitch. The tight end is on pace, and we could go down the line. But I'm just saying, to hear Wilbon feel sorry for Mitch, I talk to you, I talk to Greg, I talk to people I respect. I'm saying for the audience, I thought Shane was saying he still has mechanical issues often. I don't see it often. I see it sometimes, but that happens to the best of them.
Absolutely it does.
Well,
Absolutely it does.
The fair thing is, if they don't fucking put this as a fair competition, then that's on the head coach. Because what you hear, if we rewind back, Aldo, you hear, I know I've talked to people, and I'm paraphrasing his quote, in Kansas City, and Matt Nagy doesn't like this kid. So why did you choose to come here then? Why did you come here knowing that that's your quarterback? You signed up for that. For me, I've seen this guy, for 2 years. They won the NFC North, and I was calling this fucking coach out. Short side runs, fucking reverses at the goal line. Let's throw again on third. We're going empty set on 3rd and 1. All of these things that keep the drive going. Get in the I-4. We saw it last year, Shane, you and I. Fucking driving right down the field. Right down the field in the I formation. What do? They get in the red zone, they get out of it. Let's be gimmicky again. So that's where I'm never gonna fucking hide. I'm not gonna be the fucking blog or one of these bloggers and flip flop my story to be convenient with a crowd. And let's pile on Mitch. Let's pile on this. I've always been consistent. Coach, biggest issue. Have I not, Aldo? Fans, you all have heard me. The coach is the big. I don't agree with him. If you want to learn to be a head coach on the job, that's fine. But you can't be learning to be an offensive coordinator and the head coach on the job, in my opinion. That's the biggest issue.
I am monitoring, just like Greg is. Let me bring
fired up
here because Greg is a very handsome fellow. I am monitoring this discussion here, and this is
so much more handsome in like at least 28 megabytes per second.
And I love how you can highlight the best chat room comments and they show up on the video, Aldo. That's where I think we need to work together because I'm writing down the funniest comments for the shout outs at the end. Right. But it's hard to write down when Shane and
Funky
Phil are
Toad.
going
Look
at
at
it like
Funky
this.
Toad.
Yeah, it's great to see everyone else chiming in as they're talking. So I really enjoy this feature.
And let me tell you, I told Aldo about this feature 2 minutes before we went live. Did I not? This is what we're doing here in 100 Proof. I mean, are thumbs up in the chat? Are they loving video?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let me share that story real quick. Maybe I did last week, but we're ready to make our debut on Zoom. And I had tested this other program called OBS, and I went through fucking testing on that, and then I went to Zoom, and I said, Zoom is.
Don't give out the name of the product because then the flip floppers will start stealing our stuff.
Yes,
okay.
I thought about that.
I'm gonna.
And then Phil tells me about this new app, this new software, and so I'm like, oh fuck! On the day of the show.
Yeah, what?
And so I'll look. Actually, you did it. You did.
That was the day before.
Yeah,
Sunday. I go, bro. I never bother you, but I'm so excited about this because I know the listeners of this show are gonna love this because they can be interactive. Like Greg is winning the jacket game. Wow, Greg's eyes are mesmerizing. Scary shit. You're right in there. I could see it. And I'm there with you. Video Ralphie's here to stay. Look, I don't even need Greg. Fire him. I can just read. No, I'm joking, Greg.
I'm sucking them in with my eyes.
Do.
So
I've always said it. Now they could see it. I go, this guy's got.
That's how I hooked Jenny. That's how I hooked Jenny. She doesn't like to hear me much, but she'll look at my eyes.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
We'll text her right now and tell her to boost up your internet.
Larison was the only one that didn't fall for the eyes. I tried to give him those snake eyes and really look into his soul, but he wasn't having it.
Jim sent you a gift card.
No, he did. He did.
Did he pick your phone for you too?
5 Mbps. This is like what, 1998 internet speeds?
We're gonna work on it one step at a time. I had my phone fucked up for the last 5 days.
Well, now Mitch can see you, Greg. Mitch Trubisky. Do you want to say one sentence to him?
No, Mitch knows how I feel. I've always been in his corner, Phil. I watched him you heard in the open. I wasn't happy when we initially drafted him, but he showed me, at camp, his first year going up against Mike Glennon, his professionalism, and that made me kind of adjust my thinking as far as his long-term idea. And since then, it's obviously been up and down. We went to the playoffs, and there was no better feeling in years for Bears fans, a decade. But, obviously last year, we landed on our face. The hype got too hot, and we didn't live up to it as, the fans had it, and the team had a lot of hype too. It wasn't just the fans hyping them up. The team was talking Super Bowl at training camp last year, and they didn't live up to it. But I'm very interested to see how it plays out. We're going so much back and forth with Foles Trubisky, and we're just going to have to wait and see. Obviously everyone's got their opinions, and it's going to be hard to say. And to me, it's all going to be about whether or not there's going to be a true competition at camp. Then we'll find out. But I think for you guys to be talking about, is it okay to come up with all the different variables that also attributed to Mitchell Trubisky's, shortcomings is okay. What's wrong with bringing up the offensive line? What's wrong with bringing up the run game or the play calling or the league-leading drops? I don't know if they finished the year
league-leading. Tell that to Cars real quick.
That's my point. What's wrong with bringing up those variables to say that's why the whole, Shane, you said it yourself on 100 Proof months ago. How do you expect the quarterback to be consistent when nothing is consistent around him? Those are your words.
So what are you guys talking about? I'm saying that everybody is to blame, and you and fucking Phil are on this.
No, I'm not saying
we kind of.
No, you guys both are. You guys, you're fucking. I've been the fucking guy blaming everybody, and now this is the fucking Greg and Phil show.
No, absolutely not.
Fuck both you guys. No, I'm saying. I never fucking said any of that shit that you guys.
No, I was asking a rhetorical question of why is it not okay to bring up those other variables? That wasn't like directed.
It is, but 95% of the meathead Chicago Bear football fans want it to be one or the other. That's why
everybody's saying it's all on Mitch, Shane. Everybody, everywhere I go. Even in Connecticut at Dunkin' Donuts today.
But that's Phil because they're not rabid fans like we are. That's why you have people saying
Isn't it no different from last year when the fan base put it all on the kicker and the team put it all on the kicker and said this is our number one problem and this will be what puts us over the top, and then we had all these other underlying issues that no one was really paying attention to because we had our eyes trained on the kicker.
It's never one issue. That's where we all get in. At the end of the day, if Mitch is here or if Mitch is not here, we're Chicago Bears fans. We're going to, I was pissed when the Bears drafted Kmet at 43. But then you learn to deal with it. I still to this day, and I would say it to Cole if he was on with us right now, wouldn't have made the pick at 43. I just wouldn't have.
I thought Mike was going to throw you under the bus today, guy.
Oh, I did too. I know that was Aldo. I'm like, oh, here goes Gandia getting ready to drop the fucking hammer.
Oh, yeah, it was Aldo. It was.
Yeah, it was.
A lot of us didn't like the pick. I thought it was coming.
I'm like, oh, here he goes. But this is the back to my point is that I've said it's Chicago. The franchise is inept starting at the top and it filters down everywhere. It filters down to the front office, to the coaching staff, to the players, to everything. I mean, we had Dan Pompei on here and talking about Chris Ballard 100% would have been the Bears GM, but he wanted to get rid of Cutler and he wanted to make sure that Ted Phillips was reassigned and never was publicly visible when they were talking football. Bears franchise said no. So that's typical Chicago. But back to this quarterback thing, it's not just Matt Nagy. It's not. He's an enormous part of it. Everybody just wants it to be Matt Nagy or Mitch Trubisky, and it's 100% can be both of them. It absolutely can be.
Well, do you think I've never changed my stance here? Everybody that knows me.
Neither have I. Neither have I.
I just heard you say something different tonight. So I
was talking about his mechanics, Phil.
Defending you. Can you let me defend you now?
Yeah. I'm just saying, you fired my ass up.
I was fired up too. That's what the show is. But the reality is, can we agree? You can't have all these pieces. It's like taking a test. You remember those fucking tests with the number 2 pencil? I don't know why it had to be number 2, but you had
tests,
to have
I think they called them here in New York.
If you took that test with a pen, you're fucked. The fucking thing wouldn't grade it right. Even if you got them all right, you still got fucked. So in that line, he's playing without a number 2 pencil, and that is the offensive line, the coach, the tight end. This is on the GM, the front office, just like you said. The national narrative is saying it's all about Mitch. I'm sorry. That's all I see.
But that they don't
That's
care.
what we are.
They don't
That's
care
why I'm
about the
fighting
truth,
for
Phil.
this.
It's been the same thing when Cutler was here. It's Chicago is a major media market. They have a rabid fan base.
No quarterback has been successful here.
And what is going to rile the fan base up? Talking quarterbacks. It's always going to rile them up. That's just like this shit. If Nick Foles comes here, the national media, he won the Super Bowl. Who gives a shit what he did in 2017 in a handful of games? That's always been our point, what we've talked about. But they know it's going to be. And you know what? If Mitch is the backup quarterback, there's going to be a contingent of people out there that weren't Mitch fans that are going to become Mitch fans because he's number 2. And they always want. There was people out there screaming for Caleb Haney one year. Imagine that. Kyle Orton should have been our guy. I mean, Claudio still loves Rex Grossman. He's got a fat head at his friggin' barbershop of him, probably.
He will defend that he loves. He thinks he's better than Mitch, better than Cutler, better than McMahon. That was his analogy, not mine. But I agree with you. I just think we have to do something different. Thank you, Swanky. I can see your comment. He wanted to know real quick.
But Phil, it always goes back, and we talked about this. Chicago always does things late. You want to be so cloak and dagger with your love affair with Mitch Trubisky leading up to the draft that you spent all this ridiculous money on Mike Glennon, but then you're going to provide him with a coach that you knew you were going to fire. Right. So even then, when Ryan Pace came here, it should have happened from day one that when Ryan Pace became the general manager of the Chicago Bears, that everything was a clean slate.
We've never done it.
With the court, and they've never done it right. And
Greg said that too.
Exactly. That was one of the things that Aldo and I talked about forever. The Cutler should have been jettisoned then. That was the time to do it. Chicago always does everything late. Always.
Well, to your point, we had Dan Pompei on. I asked him those specific. Maybe it took me 6 minutes, but I did ask him.
6 minutes, 35 seconds.
I wanted to make sure, when does football matter to this team, this organization? Yes, Ryan Pace got the $6 billion practice facility. Ted Phillips got the fucking stadium. We owe him. We don't owe shit. You know who you owe? You owe the fans. Mm-hmm. You owe the fans the winning. That's why I get so fired up with the reality of the truth of undrafted versus drafted. Adam Shaheen playing over a guy that's better than him because he was drafted. This guy playing because we paid him. Because we paid him, not because he's the best. That is a losing organization there. That's not on Ted Phillips. That's on the GM. That's on the coach. The team is a reflection of the head coach. Say it all the time because I know it. I live it. I love this game. The reality is it starts with him last season and how he went into year 2, talking the swag and the hype, still having the club dub. And every media member that's came on here, including JJ, who was tremendous. If you haven't listened to that show, he said, to Nagy's credit, the one thing he did do, and Dan Pompei said it prior to JJ, right? He kept this locker room together. So if that's where his fortitude, his greatness is, and I'm talking about Matt Nagy, then he's got to give up the play calling. He's got to give up the play calling and make sure that you're understanding that you're running the whole team. It goes through you. It's your name attached to it. Right. And you win at all costs. I'm talking to Greg. He's like, Phil, I'm at the game. I forget who he's with. And he's like, Nagy's over here. They're a big 3rd and 13. And he's talking with, the receivers and the receiver coach. He's not involved in the game. I don't even know a head coach who's not involved with the game and just worried about the offense. Think about that. for a second, and then you'll understand, learning or not, this needs to happen sooner rather than later. We can't be rebuilding. And if it is something where you're moving on from Nagy, to Shane's point, then Pace has to go too. And you need to get football people in here together. Again, we're at the
I don't think there's a chance in hell that they're gone after this year, unless you have a Mark Trestman type breakdown. I don't see it. I don't think that's the Chicago way. I think that they're invested into Pace and Nagy beyond this year. I really do. And one of the things that I want to get out there, Phil, and this is one of the number one things that drives me nuts, and you can put this on the quarterback, you can put this on the head coach, is this team nationally gets talked about like they're a 2 and 3 win ball club, and it drives me nuts. And the narrative that Mitch is horrific and an all-time bust. Yes, I get it. Monstrous mistake not taking Watson. Mahomes was there. But I mean, where's the Solomon Thomas didn't get his picked up. San Francisco also passed on both of them. Traded down. Buffalo had a pick that they bounced out. They could have had both of them.
You said it on this show.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But
the business decision was to not pick up his option now.
Absolutely.
It
was bad business, to pick it up. 100%. I had a debate.
What if they pick it up? What does it do? It doesn't make a competition.
No, it means that
you're our guy.
It creates a falsehood, right? And what are you telling? They had a great, I think it was the newest Hogan Johns podcast that they were talking about. It creates an environment in that locker room. Like what I said to you, Phil, there's players that were openly recruiting other quarterbacks to come here.
Right.
So then what are you telling these guys when, you're going to go out there every day, you're going to bust your ass, and then we're going to give Mitch this 5th year. It never made sense if you wanted to have the true quarterback competition. And yet, if you're saving a few $1 million, I don't care. Listen, the Bears want nothing more than to pay Mitch Trubisky a long-term contract to keep him here, because if it gets to that point, that means really good things happen for the Chicago Bears, that they won, and they won big, and Trubisky was the reason for it. But
why would you be upset about that?
Yeah,
Never.
exactly.
Even if you paid, only the fucking nerds, the cap nerds, would be upset. We gotta pay our quarterback. It's like,
right. Oh, we're not gonna have
video with my nerd voice. I gotta make sure. It's like, but seriously, Shane, that's the problem you want to have, Aldo. You want to have that problem to say, yo, we did it with Kyle Fuller. Me and Shane got into a huge debate. I said, fucking franchise tag him, transition. You don't lose this homegrown talent. Here we are in the same predicament. You go out there and prove to us and the nation and your family and everybody watching that you're the best quarterback for the Chicago Bears. What if that is really going to happen, and Mitch goes out there and gives it everything he's got, gives it all he's got, and he loses the job? Then the Bears, the jersey that you, me, everybody root for, wins. And that's what it should be. That's what football is. It's about playing the best. And too many times, to get back all the way back to the beginning, the front office has hindered any form of competition. And that goes with firing a coach, firing coordinators, line coaches, whoever, position coaches, players. Brandon Marshall strangling your kicker in the locker room, and he doesn't even get suspended. Total chaos going on. I know stories from players. Shane knows that this is going on in the NFL, and the head coach is doing nothing, and the administration and the media's hard. The what do we call these guys? The social media department are tough guys. They're going to kick Braggs out. God forbid he films a video of camp, a guy in shorts running and diving for a ball. But we can't do the right thing when it comes to the politics of football, I call it.
They didn't do the right things a couple of weeks ago, Phil, and still Tyler Bray is our number 3 quarterback. And I know that there's nothing going on. It's monstrously
quarterback out there, Shane. Talk about it. I think this kid from Notre Dame, a lot of Notre Dame fans out there, but I'm on board with this too, Chas. But Shane, Ryan Cox, Barfly, texted us right away. What do you have to lose?
You have nothing to lose.
Tyler Kaiser.
Right.
And get rid of Bray. What do you
bring in somebody with some upside as your number? There's no downside to it. Tyler Bray brings nothing to this team. Nothing other, maybe some knowledge of the offense in the classroom. Well, if that's why he's here, then get a better coach. If you're relying on your number 3 quarterback for that knowledge, I'd rather have a guy with upside there. And I am. If you would have told me pre-draft that the Bears came away from the draft and UDFA market or the undrafted free agent market with no quarterback, I would have told you you're crazy.
Shocked.
And here we are.
And he said, you got to draft a quarter. I can't do a Ryan Pace. But we need someone who can imitate Pace and have fake Pace come out. Show, Aldo. That would be great. Well, guys, he's got great get off. We're going to draft a quarterback every year. That's the most important position. And he's not done it but one time. One time. Yeah. And the reality is, to Shane's point, you have nobody in the bullpen that has huge upside that you've earmarked as a scout. You're a GM. There's fucking people that play this game, even in adult flag leagues, that might be better than some talent in the NFL that are getting jobs. And that's the reality. There is prejudices, bias towards race. I've seen it my whole life. I'm lucky enough that I have a father and an uncle who didn't see race. They saw talent. So no matter what, that's who you're getting. And it's unfortunate because the Bears have suffered at that position even right now.
How do you
no quarterback?
How do you expect to get it better if you just refuse to address it?
It's like letting the fucking flood your basement. Just the pipe broke, just let it go. Fuck it. We can't fix it. The fucking plumbers, it's a pandemic.
Yeah.
You can't do it. Got to turn the water off, Barlissimo. Right? Got to turn the water off.
But Aldo, you chime in on this if he's there and not over at the bar. But
he's here. There he is.
Aren't you completely floored that there's not a new quarterback here or a young quarterback here that's brought in? And I don't know why the media anywhere, they're more concerned about the Bears have 9 tight ends. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, and listen, I'm sure Ian Bunting is a great guy. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's been on our network. Got a lot of talent, but there's a groundswell for him out, that he was going to fix our tight end room. Maybe he was. We can't even bring in an undrafted free agent to this quarterback room. How can that not be your number one question to Ryan Pace on any of these interviews? How can you not bring in a quarterback?
I'm texting.
You have a quarterback at head coach. You brought in Flip to be your quarterback coach. And you're giving him Tyler Bray.
Let me tell you this. The excuse that the board didn't fall their way is total bullshit. This is a team that doesn't value the development of a quarterback the way that they should.
Right.
This is a team that year after year after year looks at their quarterback evaluation isn't on the same level as it is with other teams. Evidence is the fact that they don't even sit down and have a dinner with Deshaun Watson. Evidence is the fact that they have dinner with Trubisky and Mahomes, and they walk away feeling that Trubisky is much better than Mahomes and that they will even trade up. Because in my evaluation, and I'm a novice, I'm looking at the tape of these two guys. I see a guy who Mahomes does these incredible Brett Favre type things, and Mitch Trubisky, who has athletic skills that you really, really want and you really, really desire in a modern day quarterback, but he doesn't have the experience and the knowledge to come in and be worthy of a top draft pick that you would trade up assets. You would let go of assets to acquire the guy. So absolutely, absolutely not. This team has proven over and over again that in certain positions, they just don't have the evaluators necessary to do a good job. It's not just the quarterback position either. Right. It's other positions where they have taken big swings and missed. And that worries me about this organization. My biggest worry about the Chicago Bears is that everything could turn out to be another 8-8 or around 500, whether it's 7-9 or 9-7 kind of season, and we are stuck in that middle
NFL purgatory. That's where you are at quarterback right now. You just don't know, and that's the absolute. It's like being in the NBA and finishing 500 every year. You know, you need to get that top. It's like being the Bulls right now. You know, you're not bad enough to get the top pick, or you can't win the lottery and get the number one pick, or it's just I don't get why. And I know somebody in the chat room said, why do we need more quarterbacks? Well, yeah, you should go sign a fourth one or go sign a third one and cut Tyler Bray. Get a young guy in here, or a guy that's got some upside. It makes no sense to leave it untouched. To me, I would love to hear at least one media member ask Ryan Pace that directly.
I'm gonna text Grody and JJ Stankovic and tell them, please.
But it's media malpractice at this point that we're into May. That should have been one of the first 5 questions or first 3 questions asked to Ryan Pace after the draft. Really should have been. And
I don't get how it's not there. Here's another thing. Let's talk about this when it's a GM not practicing what he preaches. You know, there was interest and a phone call made to DiNucci, right?
Yeah.
And then they're waiting till after the draft to play their guy in a contract to get him into Chicago. So it's not like there wasn't interest. They wanted that guy. So why didn't you take him? That's the most important position. Why didn't you take him? That's the real question, because now you gambled on finding that developmental guy that you have identified that's, hey, I like this kid. We said it before the draft. This is, if Matt Nagy goes at 43 and takes a quarterback, Christ, I mocked Jordan Love there in my last mock. I only did 3, barely, Simo. My last one had Jordan Love for 43 because I felt like you can't say it and not do it. You can't. It's a total ball drop by Ryan Pace. Then to not do it when you were back in the late round, you took 2 offensive linemen. And granted, I don't know what they're going to be. I'm never going to say. I'm really excited about Dieter, but I don't know what, Arlington is going to be. I don't know. We got to see them. But the reality is you wanted and identified a quarterback, the most important position in football, and you whiffed because you gambled the wrong way. You always take the talent that you want and then think about it later. You could have gotten these offensive linemen possibly as undrafteds, in my mind.
We have a lot of activity going on in the chat room. I want to bring Greg Braggs in here. I know you've been jotting things down. Is there anything that you want to share with us? Or, do you want to save stuff for later in the show?
He could tell us that his mom's in the chat. Hi, Barb.
Yeah, mom's in the chat. We got everybody in the chat tonight. We're at 150 people in the live chat. It's a little tricky, Aldo, because I'm I'm watching the live chat on the YouTube feed from my phone and trying to jot down the best questions. But then I realized, looking at the chat on our computer screen, that it's not including the Facebook and other platforms. So I got to really watch up here more than anything.
Okay, so
and it's moving fast. So I'm learning along with everybody.
So is that something that you can add to the live comments?
Well, I thought we did because I saw a number of people who were.
Because when Shane said hi, Barb, I didn't see her in the chat until I looked at it on the computer screen.
Well, she texted me privately.
Yeah,
to let me know that
that's funny. It's real funny.
There it is. There it is.
No, but to your point about the not picking up a quarterback, look at the Chiefs. They picked up Shea Patterson, right? And that dude's not even like, I've watched a lot of Michigan games, and last year he's not that good. They're still taking a shot at him, and they have the MVP of the league. He's going to the Hall of Fame, on his trajectory.
Philly gave Carson Wentz $128 million, and then they took a kid in the second round at quarterback. Green Bay, first ballot Hall of Famer, and they're drafting a quarterback.
And those teams are in a position to draft a quarterback high, and I can understand the Bears not doing it high, but to not take some of these guys available in the 7th round or undrafted, just as a flyer to get Tyler Bray out of the room, I completely agree. It's like you're not planning for the future when you're doing that. You're showing that you have no real sense of because even if one of these quarterbacks works out between Foles and Mitch for your next couple of years, you still want to have a guy that you're grooming in case guys get hurt. Anything can happen. So it's totally missed opportunity.
Aldo, I'm going to ask a favor of you.
What do you need, brother?
Can you show off a little bit to the crowd and do a video swirl by? One of these graphics? Do you got anything?
Oh, the graphics?
Yeah, like it goes. Remember how you showed me and Shane?
That's exactly what it sounded like.
A Bears ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears ballroom.
Something like that?
Oh, that was so amazingly good. But that's the stuff that we could do here. You have no idea how excited I am because I'm a big, obviously, you watch the tape never lies. You know I'm into the video and pointing stuff out. So think about the play of the game, and we're going to be breaking it down here live with you guys. There's so many things. Not to change the subject. I just wanted him to show off a little bit of this new toy we got here on Bears 100 Proof, the best podcast for the Chicago Bears on the planet. I say it confidently, just like I believe there's more than one issue in Chicago. It's not all on Mitch, Greg. Can you give that live drop?
It's not all on Mitch.
Look at that.
Look at that kid stepping up.
There you go. He steps up in the pocket. And
just gotta get him an iPhone.
Yeah, Shane. Yeah, Shane and Dustin and Cars and your stupid text group.
Oh God! Now I see the little boys were talking to each other over here. And this is their
not
thing.
at all. This is
their
just
thing
coming
that
along
they're doing.
naturally.
I hear you.
I haven't talked to Phil in a week because of my phone.
I thought I didn't even think you'd be on tonight. I thought you'd be over selling out, swimming in a pool tonight.
No, swimming. It's not swimming season just yet, but I will be.
Let's go, kids. Nice
Gotta get Addie the lessons. I haven't got 56 days since her last lesson.
We're trying to work on the drop.
Barroom. This is Tino Martinez from the great state of Iowa. You guys know Bears Barroom is the best Bears podcast there is out there.
And to Phil's point about some of the capabilities that we have with this new TV studio that we have is so that when you send us a comment like that, also send us a picture or send it to us on video Keep it short, 15, 20 seconds, and then boom, I will roll that video of you saying
right
that
on.
or asking a question to Draft Dr. Phil, the smartest man, or to Greg Braggs, or you don't want to ask me a question because I don't know shit, but whatever it is that you want, we can include it. Just try to keep it short because there is a limited bandwidth. Like, for instance, you noticed at the very top of the show, we did our traditional open with the song and so forth. I sat down to try to visualize the song, which I was really fucking looking forward to as a producer and a visualist and so forth. I wanted to create some great graphics, but the song is 2.5 minutes long, and the system told me, you get about 45 to 60 seconds in terms of a roll-in. And I think that as the system that we have purchased here, as it grows, that probably will be rectified. But for now, we have some limited bandwidth to play with. But we, as you can tell, just from what we've been on the air, an hour and 15 minutes, we've got some great tools available to us. So imagine, and this we're going to do on the very next broadcast. I promise you that I am going to put up tape of some of the things we've been talking about, Mitchell Trubisky's footwork and so forth. And Phil will tell us about some of the mechanics. And Shane will point out to us his frustration with Mitch's mechanics and so forth. We will have that video that we can run over and over and over again, slow it down and so forth, so that these guys can utilize their expertise to help us better understand what's going on and debate. Like we've had a fabulous debate between Shane and Phil to start the show. So I'm excited about some of the capabilities that we have here. Again, as you can probably tell, I'm still playing around with the functions here, and so I've got to get better at them. Sometimes I leave a comment on too long. Sometimes I leave a comment too short. But it's fun. This is a great tool that Phil found for Bears Bar Room, and I'm really, really excited about it. So. And then we've got these lower third scrolls. Like right now, we got make sure you listen to Mike Norris' interview with Cole Kmet, and I can add more and different scrolls to it. So we've got Greg Gabriel on Draft. So lots of cool tools to play with, and we'll get better at it, and work with you guys on making it better. And
Type never lost, brother.
Yes, indeed. And again, that part of what we are doing. And to get your comments, that's still to come. But what's coming right now is
oh shit!
Oh yeah. Greg and Phil piling up on the smartest man. Yeah.
Oh, he's the smartest man. He never backs down from a dumb tweet. He'll spit in your Twitter face like Bill Romanowski. He's also not a flip-flopping, no football acumen having hack like Peter fucking Bukowski. He's the smartest man, and this is his dumbest tweet of the week.
Phil, it's very funny that you should bring up Peter Bukowski in this segment, because my dumbest tweet of the week this week is, any guesses?
Peter Bukowski.
Peter Bukowski, as you can see up on the screen, and it looks to have been cropped a little bit wrong, so that might be my fault. But pre-free agency, when Allen Robinson was a unrestricted free agent, Peter sent out a tweet that said, "I would pay 14 plus for Robinson at any length. I'm not here for that with Watkins. 12 maybe, but wouldn't go more than 3 years there."
Yeah.
As soon as the Bears signed Allen Robinson, what did Peter say? Robinson was an overpay. He's a good wide receiver who isn't good enough to carry an offense. He's a wide receiver 1.5.
There you go.
Oh, Peter. Peter, you fickle little cunt. That's my first video comment. That's the first comment I've dropped on YouTube.
Oh.
What do I get? I dropped the first C bomb on our
First C bomb. The first C bomb.
I almost called you. I almost called you and Greg that about 25 minutes ago. You two little bitches.
You're talking about Phil and Greg, not me.
Yeah, no, not you. No, I'm not getting nowhere near. You need that ointment. I'm not getting anywhere near you. Goddamn.
Want a man to hug and kiss.
But I love the fact that we can now see Peter Bukowski's actual tweet. Although next time I promise it won't be cropped off. But we've got some capabilities also where we can put some graphics on Peter Bukowski's tweet, like somebody pissing on it or somebody shitting on it.
Yes.
So we will be taking full advantage of the tweets of the week. And one of the things that our good friend Mr. Larison told us. I know. Look at the way Greg reacts as soon as I say the name, Jim Larison. Smile.
I love Jimmy.
Heidi is counting your C words, by the way, according to.
Oh, so we're up to one. Yeah, I'll probably keep that number a little bit low. Try to. I'm not gonna drop it like the F bombs and everything else. I don't.
We're gonna have some fun with
Greg.
You just hear a little Jim in the back. Gotta hear a little.
We're
Jim.
definitely going to have some fun with the graphics for some of these bad tweets. So that was a good one there.
Well, yeah, Peter just continues to show that he's a fanboy and not a true media guy. Like I said, I was kind of expecting Aldo to grill us a little bit on the Cole Kmet interview. Like I said, when I'm like, oh, I could feel it. I felt like Mark Grody was on the line with us when Aldo threw gasoline in my lap and threw a match on me. But at least we'll own up to that. And like I said to you guys, if Cole Kmet was on with us right now, I would tell him flat out that I wasn't happy, at number 43. But it doesn't matter. I mean, that shouldn't matter what Cole Kmet thinks about it, and we should be able to tell the truth here. That's what we do at Bears Barroom. But Peter Bukowski just showing his cards, blasting Jordan Love, and then, well, this is exactly why Jordan Love is a first round pick. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, Peter.
That's the worst kind of person and an analyst. If you're going to portray yourself as an analyst, and those of you at home taking notes, if you're a blogger, a writer, a video breakdowner on Twitter, what did you call them, Greg? These Twitter GMs that analyze shit. If you're going to do that, then you have to stand by your word and your work. So you can't come at everybody in a crowd. And it's amazing to me how many people forget. 11 minutes ago, this guy said this. Yesterday, he said this. It's like it takes so much shit out of it. That's why I told Greg, I'm fucking never doing Twitter again. Because I used to get pulled and sucked into these debates with people that don't know a fucking tackle is, if you're running outside zone, his first step has to be with his right foot. This guy doesn't know that, and I'm debating with him for fucking a full day of my life. And obviously I fucked up on the Twitter, and they used it against me, these fucks. The reality is it's like this big of a problem. It is. These fucking scumbags like Peter Bukowski can't handle the truth. And when you have been wrong, you stand by your truth. You hated Jordan Love. You hated the fucking Packers taking any quarterback. Stand by that. Why are you now coddling your team? That's the worst kind of fucking person. That's the worst follow. And I've seen it all over Bears Twitter. All over Bears. There's a difference between Shane and Phil and Aldo and everyone reacting, which, by the way, I was the only calm one with Cole, which was a shocker for everybody, including my boy Bobby Bombs. What's up, Bobby, out there?
I think there's a line though, Phil, because I think all fans
flip-flop.
I think all fans do it though.
Can do it.
All fans do it because you can run back the tape of 100 proof from the draft just now with Cole Kmet. I mean,
I was just
we all freaked out.
Let me finish my point there. There's a difference, I was saying. Shane was talking all the way up to the draft that you can't draft a tight end here. You needed to get a big play speed guy. I said the same thing. We still stand by that. But we also put the asterisk in there and said, listen, I understand the pick, but for me, it would have been KJ Hamler instead of Mooney. It would have been the other way. You see what I'm saying? It would have been Mooney would have been my tight end, or the 5th round would have been my tight. We trade up and get a tight end. And we could have gotten a good tight end there. My thing was the big play, and we've never flip-flop on that. Number 1 tight end on my board. Number 1. That's not, and Shane, you could speak on it for yourself. But I'll say this. I talk to the guy every day. I know he does the film work. I know he does the work. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk to him because I don't like to sway. I like to have a debate, and I like people that have their own opinion. But I'll say this. I know we both had Kmet number 1, and we didn't even talk about it. We talked about it after the draft and that he was taken. So there, in and above itself, is not a shot at the player. It's a shot at the GM and how he's philosophically building his football team. Now, granted, one little point, and then you guys can speak on it. If their whole conversation on the plane when Matt Nagy was hired was the tight end position, this was so important and imperative for them. They go out and sign Jimmy Graham. There's all these criticisms everywhere. Again, I'm the only one, I believe, on this panel that has stood up and said, I like Jimmy Graham, and this is why. I won't get into that now. I will say, now they double down on 2 big tight ends. So they have a different plan than me. That's all. But I still, and I know Shane still he did it tonight. I would tell Cole on this show. So that's what the difference, Greg. Shane isn't a fan. He's an analyst here on Bears Barroom. I'll say, if you want to call him a fanalist or whatever, that's on yours. But I know thousands of people come to listen to what you say. I'll debate you and whatever. But I know Shane isn't going to change his fucking mind tomorrow without an explanation.
No,
say, hey, look at me. I have sorry, Shane. I have a fucking apology to Khalil Mack's brother. Because the more tape I watched of the kid, it wasn't a fucking friendly, hey, let's sign this motherfucker because he's Khalil's brother, like they did with Mitch. And I'm going on that bias without doing my homework. I said it on this show. So I'll say it to the camera right now, real quick, Aldo. Zoom in on me. With Darius Mack, I apologize to you. Because I think that you coming in here, maybe you get on the practice squad. But there is a hell of a lot of talent in this football player. And let me tell you, as you watch the tape of this kid, and to know, I didn't even know. I thought this kid played football his whole life. Yes, he didn't. And to have that much talent there, there's something there that is clay that you can mold. You're scratching the surface of what he could be. So I owe him an apology. See, I changed my tune. I said this was a fucking signing of bullshit. But here's my explanation, Greg. Was that good in comparison to what you're getting with Bukowski?
Sure. I think, as you know, someone pointed out in the chat, I think it'd be probably an easier pill to swallow if he was able to laugh at himself a little and admit when he doesn't, get it right, or he's flip-flopping like that. Kaplan, Black and Abdallah, they love to call him a flip-flopper, but he acknowledges it. He doesn't, hide from, the silliness of sports debate or sports talk. Sometimes you're going to say things, as it's all of us are fans and analysts. Some people get into the business. Some guys get into the business just as analysts or writers or whatever, but all of us are fans, and so is Peter Bukowski. So you're going to have that where you are going to try to justify, like with the whole Jordan Love thing. You could see his tweets from before were saying he didn't want him, or audio showing that he didn't want him, and then as soon as they get him, he's going the other way.
But when you work in that field, when that's your career, that's a big Like, I'm not getting paid by the Chicago Tribune. I'm not getting paid by the Chicago Bears. I'm not getting, I'm not Larry Mayer, just going to blow sunshine and rainbows up people's ass with Lunch with Larry. But, I mean, listen, like I said, I still wouldn't have picked Cole Kmet at 43. It doesn't mean that he sucks. He was my tight end one. I know, like, George was, what did he have him? 12th or whatever it was. When they drafted him, it doesn't mean that he sucks. He's a good player. I just would have went in a different direction. And I think somebody had a comment in the chat saying that people get so caught up in the draft, and when a guy that they like doesn't get picked, that you're just automatically pissed off. No, I'm going to get pissed. It does happen with a lot of people.
That's how it is for an average fan, I would say, for sure. That's what happened to me. You guys got me all excited about KJ Hamler, and then we don't get him, and I'm crying about it. And then he gets taken a few picks later, and now I'm even more pissed because it's like, oh, they knew what we didn't, But that's just a fan's way of thinking, that's natural.
I've done this so many times with Shane, way before we even had Bears Barroom, and we've loved guys.
Dick Brian Mike Bears doesn't know the segment, I guess. Who cares about Bukowski? Does he play for the Bears?
Well, we're talking about Bukowski because he fucking sucks, and that's the reality of this segment.
Well,
we talk about the dumbest
tweet of the week.
And
welcome to the show.
Has been a all-time winner. In fact, Aldo, breaking news. I'm writing a Peter Bukowski song.
Wait. Where's our breaking news swipe?
Oh, do we have a breaking news? I did one.
I forgot to load it.
I gave him a dumbest tweet swipe. I gave him a...
Really?
Yes, they're in a fucking Dropbox. Under that, what was it? I don't want to say the name because someone will steal.
Yeah,
but it's in that Dropbox. I put a dumbest tweet swipe that I made. I've been making some
about it, video or audio.
Video. I'm all video. Man. I was just working on videos for you. Swipes, dumbest tweet. I didn't do bear up or bear down. Thank God, we're not doing it tonight. I'm working on that.
I promise to have them ready.
We'll have them, but. From now on, when we go into a segment, who was that guy? I agree, Avon. Fuck Bukowski. I like Avon. This is going to make my shout-outs much easier.
It was Dick Brian Mike Bears. Who cares about Bukowski? Does he play for the Bears? Which is fine. I'm not
But we're in a segment, guy. He's learning. He's new to the show.
We have a dumbest tweets of the week, and this segment has happened to be 17 minutes long at this point, but we're gonna go move to the best tweets of the week. So we're definitely not gonna be talking about Peter Bukowski.
Here we go.
Oh shit!
Or Zimmerman. He's not winning here either.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at the comments and I want Barb to come back on here. Yeah.
He's the smartest man. In truth, we all work hard as hell to make the show the best for the rabid fans, thus the need for Patreon. We can't all be supported by $50 gift cards to Taco Bell like Greg Braggs from Jimmy Larasan. He's the smartest man, and this is the best tweet of the week.
Yeah, Greg.
Can you guys hear the music? I can't hear it.
I haven't had Taco Bell in a week. Thank you very much.
No wonder he's so ornery tonight.
He's so carb starved.
Ornery.
He's getting angry.
I'm trying to get comfy over here. Everybody's making fun of my room behind me. I'm in my garage. Thank you very much. It's not a bathroom. It's not.
Someone said that
Ryan Cox thought you were at a storage unit.
There's insulated garage door panels. Thank you very much.
Someone was like, "Is Greg on the Netflix show Little Houses?" It did look
this
like.
This is where Jenny locks me down here.
It could be a pool house, Phil. Maybe he's at his neighbor's house.
It's funny that Greg has been, moving around a lot since I mentioned that to him.
He's doing bouncing up and down.
I am a fidgety person, so this video stuff is cool, but I don't like it. I like how get the fucking camera off me. All right, get it off me. Get it off me. Get it off.
He's in a U-Haul.
I don't fucking like this shit. Yeah, break it up. Break it up.
I said he's fidgety.
I like how
you can tell
I
on
like
your
how
5
you can-
Mbps internet connection. You're moving, and then it's like an old friggin' ninja film from 1978.
We gotta get an upgrade. Somebody out there, I'm talking to you. Can you help Greg?
Help me.
He won't even answer a question. I don't know. Talk to Jay. His tone like rings through the phone in his
Every
ear.
time I talk to him now, he's like, "What is your phone provider? How many bandwidth?" I don't know any of these answers, and I'm never gonna know. So don't ask me.
See, that's the tone you get. Now, this isn't AOL 2004, so we need the Wi-Fi.
Somebody send him a new AOL disc so he can.
Yeah, the Netgear
14.4.
the Netgear, the disc.
I'm not gonna lie though, I do agree with Greg when you're sitting here talking. Our other forum that we used to use for this, and then Aldo switches the camera, and it's like all of a sudden your entire face pops up in front of you. It is kind of a weird. I know, Phil, you must love it.
Oh, here we go.
Having your face.
Can we just put
You're
a
so
lower-
vain.
can
You're
we
so
put lower
vain.
thirds. Can you give him the lower thirds with our names?
100%. Phil is loving this. He already
Oh my
was
God.
talking to the camera. He's already been.
Listen,
He's
I
got.
went to
Steph
school
already
for
told me.
broadcasting.
Steph already told me that Phil wants to mount a TV on the ceiling up above their bed so he can stream this after he goes to sleep at night so he can watch himself.
Can you cue up "They're All a Bunch of Haters" drop by Greg Braggs? Because I could do it, but I'm on the camera now. So
Phil says to me, I only have like 5 pictures of you, Shane.
I
Like,
was
Phil,
trying to make
how
a
many
promo.
how many pictures do you think Phil has of himself on his phone?
Phil's last call rants on video are going to be the greatest thing ever. Ever.
Yeah, they will
It's
be.
truly gold.
Wait till you guys see me smash a DirecTV remote live on here when the Bears do something really, really stupid. You guys will love it.
After the game, you'll see Shane's name pop out of.
Oh, so
You'll
yeah.
get to
By the way,
Here, see, the lower
that was
third.
my dumbest tweet of the week, guys.
That. No, do it right. Go ahead. Do it right.
Who, me?
Yes.
I just said it, and that was my dumbest tweet of the week.
There you go. That's
Thank
doing
you.
it right. Now, we're on our positive tweet. You're supposed to be talking about that.
Yeah. All right. So it's not really a tweet, but it was something that was tweeted out, and I'm going to just share it with everybody. Hopefully, Aldo, who has the tweet, can put it up on the screen. He's probably scrambling right now. Aldo?
No swipes.
Wait, you said it to me? Oh, look. No. That was last segment. There he goes.
Smooth. Real smooth.
Jalen Johnson, best coverage stats in the 2019-2020 college football season. Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson covered Brandon Ayuk, first round, Michael Pittman Jr., second round, Laviska Shenault, second round, Isaiah Hodgkins, sixth round, Desmond Patton, sixth round, and Aaron Fuller, UDFA. During the whole season, he allowed 4 receptions for just over 10 yards. That's 1 catch per 13 attempts while covering guys who are now on NFL teams. And he did that with what? A bum shoulder. So that's very, very good news for our pick at number 50, who a lot of the quote-unquote experts said if he was healthy that he'd go top 20, if not top 15 all day long. So having that guy as your number 2 across from Mr. Consistency, Kyle Fuller, it's going to be fantastic. And there's my face again.
Don't be shy, Shane.
I'm not. I just said
I'm saying the purple light. Zimmerman's wondering what's up with the purple light with Shane. Can you change the light?
I can. I'm not worried about it. Zimmerman's mother bought it for me, so she likes me in purple. So I guess we're off Barb and we're talking about Zimmerman. No, I have lights that can change colors, and I hit it and it's happens to be on purple. Have something different.
You're so vain. You
That's right.
probably think this song is about you. There you go, Lady Bear. Look,
What-
I can see her chat.
Zim, leave me a comment. What color do you want the light?
Let's watch this trick. Zimmerman, what color? Can you actually tell Google in your house the color, or is that a different room?
No, I could tell I have Alexa.
Yeah.
Like,
can
what
you
color
it?
do you want? Pick a color.
Me
You want
or
red?
Zimmerman?
Yellow.
He wants to,
Yellow.
That's distinctive. Don't.
Heidi says purple is the color of death. She's already killed you
She
off.
already
wants
killed
you
me.
back. She wants you back, Shane. Give us a different color.
All right, yellow. Alexa, turn office light yellow.
There he is.
There I am.
Now we can see you.
Can you see it up
Yes.
top?
Well, we can't really tell it's
Oh,
yellow, but
what
it's very much brighter.
Yeah, Alexa, turn office light red. See?
Oh, now Roxanne is in the house. Look at
Yeah, this reminds me of when I dropped $5,000 in a VIP room.
That's probably why you need that ointment right now.
No shit. All right, so that was a great tweet. Do you want to comment on that, Phil, about
Yes, 'cause
Mr. Johnson's analytics?
Well, we had Emery Hunt on the post-draft show on Sunday, after the draft, rather, and I was shocked with Emery's take on this football player that was drafted so high at 50, and the talent that I see on tape. I'm a big, Roberson fan from the Canadian Football League coming in here. So as much as I love the double deuces, Shane, and my boy Kay Tolliver, I have to wonder what Roberson was going to bring to the table. His tape is exciting if you watch the Canadian Football League, and they throw a lot. So to have that kind of player jump off the tape like that, you get excited, former quarterback. But then you draft this kid and you watch the kind of pirate, I call him, because he's not afraid to take a gamble or a chance, jumping the ship and going after the football. That kind of football player on this roster with this kind of pass rush is going to be special in Chicago. So if you get that kind of football player here and you see these numbers that Shane, I didn't get to see this tweet. So that's pretty intense to know that Johnson had those kind of matchups, put up that kind of defense against those talents, because Pittman went high, and obviously you know what I love.
He almost went a lot. He almost went a lot higher too.
Really?
Yeah, because when Philly took Rager, Minnesota was not expecting them to. They thought that the Eagles were going to take the kid from LSU, Jefferson.
Right.
When Jefferson was on the board for Minnesota, they gobbled him up. But Minnesota, according to Tony Pauline, was 100% going to take Pittman Jr. in the first round at wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
But they had Jefferson ranked higher, so they took him. And
They
that
followed their board.
That very well could have opened up Komet to Indy in round 2, because that was another thing. Komet talked about it today on Mike North Advantage, that Indy was one of the teams that he thought where he was going because they had 2 second-rounders above Chicago.
Well, it's interesting to know that this kid is that kind of talent. Obviously, Pagano being the defensive back coach that he was and having a hand in this draft. We said Nagy and Pagano needed to be a part of this draft, and they went out there and did what they needed to do to get this football player. To me, the tape don't lie on this kid. I'm excited to see what he's going to be. And again, competition breeds success.
Always.
So to see what is going to transpire at that position, you got Tolliver. I don't know, getting back to Emery, where Artie Burns was his guy to win. I just, my horse that I'm betting on is Roberson number 1 and Johnson battling him. And that's a good problem to have, especially I don't think any other show or podcast or anyone was talking about the opposite corner of Kyle Fuller. So to see this competition with young talent, Shane, not a Prince of Mukamara coming back and now all of a sudden Prince is starting. No, you're getting young talent competing at the position that you want to see. And to me, that's one of the best things they did. As much as I was about getting a safety and a receiver up top, that would have been or a pass rusher receiver up top. They went and did a different way. So this kid is, again, a talent. So I love that tweet. Good tweet of the week.
There you go. And Phil, that is my tweet of the week.
Nicely done. Johnson is the real deal. Ryan Heckman. Look at that. Popping up on the... Look at these guys. I saw What's Wolf popped up. How's he doing? Look at this chat. I'm not used to...
Red's definitely your best background color, Shane, for sure.
Red?
Because you call him the devil?
Red.
You want red?
Yeah. Red's definitely the best because Phil's got the blue, so then you offset each other.
Can we go with orange? You want me to go with orange?
What's
blue
orange?
And orange?
Like?
That's orange.
Alexa, make office light orange.
Oh, I like orange.
Doesn't really work. That doesn't look orange to me.
No, but it still looks good. And
it also could get a blue or green screen, and then you could bring that.
Well, we can do the green screen thing here.
No, it doesn't work.
Nah, no shit. I'm saying we have the ability to.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I meant.
Did you order a new green screen, Shane?
I have my green screen, but I actually sent it back.
Hey, we got a couple of good questions here. Christopher Gonzalez asked, what about Ives, Phil? And I know you've talked highly about Ives, but apparently this follower has not gotten your assessment about Thomas Ives, the wide receiver. So why don't you give it to them?
Well, I was impressed with that kid at camp. He was always catching the ball, but again, he's in, second string time, but that's no poo-poo when it comes to that receiver. What did we say, Shane? Every time he's on the football field, he's making the play that needs to be made. I'm excited to see he lasted throughout the whole season on the practice squad. You never got to see this football player, but to see him in preseason in the reps that they didn't give everybody else, I wanted to see more of this kid because, there's a certain attitude that comes with the wide receiver position that if you're doing your job correctly, that you will see a player that might not be the fastest in the track, field events, but when they're on the football field, they attack the football with a reckless abandon. And that kind of football player with that kind of size, he's interested. It's interesting to see. I think everybody loves a underdog and the guy that comes out of nowhere. I've lived that life. I've always been the underdog. I wasn't Wayne Corbett. I wish I was. But what Wayne did for the Jets at Hofstra is just beyond any story. It could be a movie because of how he endured and went and was undrafted. Then he's beating Aaron Glenn at the time, and then he's making the football. Those guys that have the heart, that have the talent, they just need the opportunity. That's what makes football such a great game, but it also has been a hindrance to the Bears because why didn't we see Thomas Ives? Why did we have these injuries? Why wasn't he brought up?
Couldn't even see Riley Ridley.
You couldn't see Riley Ridley. Greg's boy, Tanner Gentry. Those years, he's dominating camp. My boy Daniel Braverman. They're not getting the chances. You're losing, and you're never assessing Alex Bars, never assessing the talent to get the right. Hey, this kid can play. Instead, you're getting Kyle Long on 2 bum legs. Tremendous football player. Tremendous, leader of this football team. But the reality was you as an evaluator, as a football coach, you neglected the football team by putting players out there on the football field that could have helped you now and going into the future. Instead, you're doing it as a service to cover your ass. I just don't like that. And I know the Thomas Ives question got me all the way over here, but the reality is Thomas is somebody no one else is talking about, but I want to see what he does on this route. Again, you signed the kid Davis from the Raiders, who was with the Packers. That kid has some talent. How are they going to, make this wide receiver position? Because I thought it was a huge thing of need. How are they going to force Mooney out there because they drafted him, or are they going to play the best guy? Is Ridley going to take the step, Shane? All these guys. It's an interesting thing. There's guys on this roster I didn't even know. I was looking at the roster, Aldo, just the other day, and I see a receiver. I didn't even know who this kid was. I didn't even know he was on the roster. I missed it, and I never really miss it. So it's interesting. That kid, though, again, tall, lanky white boy that likes to get open, is sneaky, quick, and productive in the Phil Rainey negative schools, those small schools. They can't play in the NFL according to Phil. But according to me, I've seen it time and time again in Hall of Famers that have come from Holy Cross, Hofstra, All Pros, all the way up anywhere you could find football players.
Shane, you're getting compliments on your patience.
Oh my God,
He's always a patient guy.
Always. I'll have something.
Married to a European.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta have a lot of patience there. I'll have something prepared for Mr. Toshin and Mr. Braggs, little instigators over there. I see how they are.
You guys forget that you pulled the prank on me in the pandemic. You were involved with Greg.
I did nothing.
He was the driving force.
Because I hear the audio tape
I've done
of you going, we got to go bigger. You've already done enough damage to my life. Shane was at least compassionate.
I showed them compassion. That's right, Phil.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It really was. If we don't have compassion, we got shit in this world. Let's be honest.
That's true.
It really is. The only reason why we have all these people listening and not shutting down our site, what was it, Shane?
The what?
The other site, they were having so many people, it closed it down.
Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ.
The only reason why we have all these listeners is because we keep it 100.
Yep.
We keep it 100 here, and we show our passion. And what did Dr. Tiff say, Greg? See if you were paying attention. What did Phil have? What did he have?
Compassion.
You suck.
Something.
Let's see if someone in the chat, there's a special word. Maybe now I could see the chat. It starts with a V.
A V?
Yes. Vulnerability.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. You gotta have vulnerability. You gotta wear your heart on your sleeve. You gotta be passionate. Why does fucking Bukowski suck? Because he's so worried about being right and being with the crowd that he doesn't have a stance to stand on. He doesn't have anything that he could say. So, yes, Sensei. I like this guy. Sensei say, hey, he knew it. Vulnerability.
So I guess this is a good transition to our big night here. This was really all about. I mean, we want to be we want to be interaction with the fans, and I guess Aldo, as our fearless leader, I guess you can transition here to the.
I was going to say, it could be a graph. You don't know.
Get the gavel out.
He thinks.
Yeah. All right, Greg, what were you going to say?
Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say it's crap because he gets to control the cameras. So he gets to hide back, and then when he's ready to come back on, then he can put it. But us, he just puts us on. I could be in the middle of drinking my Gatorade or
Yeah, but
whatever.
you can get your little. Don't you have your little porn clip thing that you can click over top of your camera?
Look at that. Don't help him, Shane.
See?
Shane also helped me last week with the ice cream. I remember I had the ice cream. I'm like, better not
Yeah,
have
it was
that when you're
ice
going-
cream for sure.
It was.
Pandemic going on.
Oh, I'm a huge motherfucking barfly.
Tell him, man.
Before we talk about Bears Bar Room and officially open up this town hall, I wanted to try to get Alex Acevedo.
Yeah, that's right.
She's got some really exciting news for us, and I made a mistake in not giving him the link, so I just sent it to him in our Slack channel. So Alex, if you're listening in, go over to Slack, accept that link. That'll put you into
the green room.
Exactly.
This will be a great, with video now, this will be a great thing. We can ask him officially if he has nipple rings, because we've been talking. I asked Phil this. He's got the earrings.
He's got double hoops.
He's got those earrings that scream, I have nipple rings. So I guess we can find out tonight.
Well, funny because he drives a motorcycle.
Right. That's a nipple ring thing.
He's got kind of that edgy style to him. So if
he's got swag,
nipple ring, I would assume that he's going to include that in the swag room too. That's part of what we can purchase. So
he's got a leather jacket. He's got a Harley Davidson chopper.
Yep.
He's got hoop earrings. These sunglasses. Did you see his video today?
Yep. Even the sunglasses are a nipple ring thing. He's got the whole MO. That's what I'm saying.
Well, and while we're waiting for Alex to join us, I will ask a couple of questions here. I will ask Greg to pay special attention to what some of the responses are. This is, again, we call this a town hall because it was Shane that came up with the idea of getting some feedback from you, our barflies, Bears fans who consume Bears Bar Room. And what we want to know from you is, what is it that we're doing right? What is it that we're doing wrong? And what is it that we should try to do? So it's really that simple. It's about, what is it that you like, and that we can continue to, like a football coach. You want to strengthen what you're doing right. And what is it that we're doing wrong, so that we can either assess it and say, we're not going to do that anymore, or we've got some ideas on how to improve it. And also in the realm of innovation, what can we do to better the product? What is it that you guys want? And I've heard, and I've been following the chat.
Go to the Newport 100. See him up here on the side, Aldo? You can.
Where is he? Newport?
Scroll up. He is talking about something that Jim Larison actually texted me today.
Okay.
Now get super chat. So whatever that was, Jimmy Larry. I know Greg has his bias towards my boy JL. JL getting a nickname now. JL.
Jimmy
But
boy.
JL was like, get super chat for YouTube so fans could jump in and just send some, much needed love our way. I guess they could send you like $4 or something. Thank you so much. Whatever they could afford in a super chat in the show. It just goes like that. That's one thing. And there's Newport just brought it up right on the screen. So that's why I brought him. You're going to make $1 million a year with super chat. Look at that. Newport 100. I never smoked ever. Did you, Greg?
Oh.
Cigarette?
Greg gave up on smoking, right?
I'm saying cigarettes. Have you ever smoked a cigarette?
When I was a kid, I tried it. That was it. Never smoked it like a person that smokes it on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
But I did try it when I was a kid.
Well, Dick, Brian, Mike Bears loves the content. It's tremendous. Thank you. We get maybe the super chat can help boost Greg's fucking internet signal. That's
what we
right,
need.
Jeffrey McLaughlin.
Is this because Greg doesn't have the proper equipment, or is it because he?
I tried to ask Aldo. I tried.
We didn't have. We were gonna work on it, and then I broke my phone.
I already told you, get faster internet, and then you need to get a different.
All he has to do is make a call because
Right.
he doesn't know.
Say whatever needs to happen, then I'll click.
Pick your
this,
shitty phone
and I'll
up.
send it to Jenny.
Find out who your internet provider is, and call them up and say, "Listen, 5 Mbps isn't
Not
fucking
good
cutting it
enough.
for me."
It's not good enough. You gotta threaten to quit too. Even those of you listening, there's a technique that Shane actually taught me way back. You gotta call up. You gotta threaten to quit. All of a sudden, you're getting the NFL Sunday ticket for free.
That's right.
You're getting.
I always used to
internet
tell them that
support.
my wife was on bed rest. You know, she's. I can't fire her up. She wants me to deal with the local cable company, but I don't want to. I love you guys so much. They're like, well, how can we do this? I'm like, well, I do love football. And they'd be like, well, how about free Sunday ticket? I'm like, yeah. What about she likes movies? How about some free movie channels too to make her happy? She's on bed rest, so she'd love to watch movies. All right, Mr. Mars, I will lock you in for 12 months.
Mo Beerman is exact customer retention. Who he doesn't even know who his internet service provider is.
Yeah, that's just.
I told you it's AT&T. It's AT&T. I told you that.
So
We've
that-
been through
No,
this.
no.
You just like talking about it all the time.
I think we're really going to fix this internet signal. We're not going to fix the show, just like Stingray said. I don't know if it's overall cool. I think it's the dopest fucking podcast ever. I'm going to get a cash app for the tape now. This guy, Newport 100, he ain't playing around. Is it DSO, Greg? Chris Sandlin wants to know.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
we're going
we're
to
not
figure it
doing
out
this.
this week. AT&T
We will. It's
sucks.
gonna get
I
figured
will
out.
say that. And maybe we can get a sponsor here, and we can help Greg Braggs out. Do you all think the new coaches really would turn the offense around, especially on the O-line? Aldo says no.
Where are you going to get better analysis?
We're going to get.
I like all these different. And then he had the little runner board at the bottom to promote the show for tomorrow.
Well,
All
look,
really
look
cool
who
things.
showed up. Double earrings and all underneath
Uh-oh.
the headset. Does he come
There
in
he
hot?
is.
Does he come in hot? Let's hear.
Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Oh, that's
he
not
comes
you.
in
You
hot.
that's
got
the
better than that.
softest
Look
you've
at
ever
this
came
guy.
in.
Hey,
No-
I laughed.
No
I laughed
feed.
I laughed so much when you guys play that clip of someone saying, "Hello, can you hear me?" I think that's me. I'm like, who is that guy?
That's actually another Puerto Rican, former Puerto Jose Cotto. Hello,
Oh, I've heard of Jose.
can you hear me?
I love that. Oh,
All right,
Hello?
Greg, you got the big question that you wanted to ask
ahead,
Swag
Greg.
Man. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I've been telling Phil and Shane this theory. You know, I've seen you with the earrings and the Harley Davidson. You ride a bike and you wear leather jackets and the glasses you wear. I just kind of have a theory that you have nipple rings. I think it's like I'm almost guaranteeing it. Like if I had to put $50 on it in Taco Bell rewards points, I would say you have nipple rings. Now, what do you guys think? Aldo, Shane, Phil, what do you think?
If we're all gonna guess here,
Yeah,
I'm gonna say no.
His reaction wasn't.
I know.
Like,
he's
what the fuck is this guy talking about? I think he might.
I already laughed about it when
Exactly.
you guys were talking about. I was trying to set this all up because I didn't know
Don't
what
let
you
us.
guys used.
Don't get.
And I
any
was dying
proofs.
the whole time.
Let's go through the Aldo.
All right.
Yes or no on nipple rings? Look at him wearing a tape never lies T-shirt.
Look at that. Holy
Oh shit!
I don't think our legal department has a problem with that T-shirt.
The tape never lies.
That's breaking news. Can you do it in the
That's
George
breaking
voice?
news. They're on sale right now. The tape never lies shirt is on sale now. With Mando when I need him.
That's it. Or Dan Aguirre.
Aldo, you are a yes or no?
Well, I am a no. I think if he's got any kind of ring, it's probably on his scrotum. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at the reaction.
Tape never lies, brother. Shane?
You like the little lights in the back? I had to set that up.
I think at one point he did, and maybe he moved past it. I think maybe he
is keeping a very good poker face, like Lady Gaga.
Well, he can also lie too. You know what I mean?
He's got a Bears barroom hat on too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Showing off tonight.
Got the couple.
Swag.
Got the Mac jersey. Got another barroom shirt back there. Got the Tape Never Lies. The prototype.
Holy shit!
Nice.
I love the Tape Never Lies.
I seen you guys got all these fancy lights. I went downstairs. I got one of those things you put on your house that projects, and it's got a home stand. So I'm like, you know what? I gotta bust out something for these guys. I got the Jerry Seinfeld.
I was waiting for you to bust out the Smartest Man T-shirt, but
the puffy shirt curtains are here. So
he's got the pirate shirt and the Bears logo floating around. Look at that. I'm gonna say no on the nipple rings.
Well, Greg just got
oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you fucking... I told you Aldo was going to do that.
Hey, real quick, I want to make a point here. My wife was just watching you guys on the TV in the back, and she said, "Who's that?" She said, "Who's that guy in the corner, the bottom corner?" I'm like, "I'm gonna just guess. It's Greg Bragg." She's like, "Yeah," and she smiled. She goes, "I said, it was his eyes, wasn't it?" She says, she just smiled, and I'm like, "All right." My wife's got the hots for Greg Bragg's.
Oh my God!
It's the fucking eyes, Greg.
Listen, this is some bullshit.
Tape Never Lies, study, which, a film study, which comes out every week. Look up.
Here's the thing. I'm going to start having my wife message you, Greg, because you don't answer my messages.
Don't call attention to it, Greg. That's what we call in the business. Let it go.
Barb just texted me and said he's so grounded.
Look at him.
He's so grounded.
He's grounded. It was an accident. The producer went
It's just
to
a
you.
vape. It's just a vape pen. Relax.
He tried to suck all the vape back in, right, Greg? all back in.
Greg, from the bottom of my heart, that was a fucking accident.
It's okay.
God, you know I love you, and you shared with me why you don't want to reveal the fact that sometimes you vape. Where the fuck that?
My vape for a second.
Hey,
like,
Jimmy Larison just messaged me. How do I get a tape?
Oh, did he? He won't ever message me.
Jim Larison wants to sponsor that moment in this show where Aldo fucked up. And I say we should allow him to do it.
Man.
The puff, oh shit segment.
Yeah.
Listen.
Oh shit.
Listen.
Oh shit.
I'm here writing my chats down, doing my job over here. You guys are having a healthy discussion about whether or not he's got freaking nipple rings, and then you guys just bring me back into it for nothing. I did nothing here. I'm innocent bystander.
Well, Greg, you're going to learn a valuable lesson tonight. Television is a monster.
Yeah, it really is.
Line to that spot. People are gonna fucking.
He's gonna be knocking on his garage door in about 7 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, ain't it?
And I blame you because if you're gonna do something,
he's got a U-Haul. He's in a U-Haul.
If you're gonna do something in the U-Haul truck, at least go away from the screen. Let that be a lesson. He's always in.
Listen. We talked about this. This damn town hall. I got some suggestions too.
Okay. All right, before we get to your suggestion,
Acevedo never answered.
Well, yeah, we got to find out about the nipple rings or scrotum rings or
nipple rings.
Or
yes.
Is he interested in seeing the dildo up Greg's ass? I don't know. We've got a lot to cover here with Alex. So why don't you answer the $64,000 question? What's with the nipple rings, bro?
Well, I do not have nipple rings.
Anymore?
I thought about it at one time. I actually thought about it, and I never did it. And
No. Wow.
the
I'd have
scrotum
lost
is not
50.
pierced either.
Well,
there you go.
We're not going to make you prove it.
Shane made the comment about my earrings. The genie earrings is what he called them.
Well, I thought it was a tribute to Hub Arkish, the hoop earring. You're a big Pro Football Weekly subscriber.
Genie and Aladdin.
I tell you what, Greg, I'll ride my motorcycle over and I'll bring you for a ride on it. Teach you how to ride.
No way. I hate motorcycles. They scare the shit out of me.
Don't be scared. They're fun.
Way. No way.
Hey, I can see why you are scared. I've been almost hit many, many times. It is a scary feeling.
One dude hit my buddy's truck from behind and his shoes went flying 2 different directions, 20 yards.
Yeah, I have a friend that passed away on a bike, so I don't ride as much anymore as I used. I used to ride for Motorcycle Club, believe it or not. But yeah, since I had kids,
surprised on the nipple ring revelation. I would have guessed. I'd have lost 50 Taco Bell bucks on that one.
You fucking cunt.
Oh my! Fuck Aldo, man! Just throwing us into. I go, Aldo. This is on video now. I want to take it easy. Let's take it easy tonight. He's just throwing us into the fucking deep end. Well, fuck it. Then.
Look at the way he's laughing because he's guilty.
It's totally on me. I didn't know there was a limit on your drops.
Yeah,
they're jerks.
Greg,
fucking Shane said the C-bomb willfully. You're just throwing out old audio.
100. Look at this guy. He knows.
Yeah, but I'm an OG here. You're the new kid on the block.
Come on, Michael Canzaro.
I'm looking in this chat room and I see a bunch of hate, so now I just gotta get used to the hate, I guess, being on.
God, there's always gonna be that.
There's gonna be haters.
Yeah.
You're not doing
Wait till they see your curtains. Wait till they see your curtains.
Hey, it's all right. You can see me in person. I'll be. You can
the
find
swag
me,
man.
So.
The swag man.
You got something to tell.
All right, so we have learned the truth about Alex Acevedo's nipples, which interested most of the people in the bar room. It didn't really interest me, but that's okay. So what we want to know now is what Alex has been working on. But before I even ask him to respond to that question, I want to ask him to hold that hat up closer to the camera because that is fucking dope, dude.
That's something I was just messing around with that I made.
Look at him.
It's not perfect. It was just one of the test hats, and I'm like, I gotta throw that on real quick. So yeah, it turned out. I think it turned out pretty good.
It really shoots out. It stands out really, really sweet. So why don't you share with our listeners here? This is part of really the town hall, because the purpose of the town hall is not only to learn from people what we should be doing better, but it is also, to get information from you as to, what would you like to purchase from Bears Bar Room? Do you want hats? Do you want T-shirts? Do you want mugs? Do you want shot glasses and so forth? Because Alex has volunteered to take the lead in being the merchandising guy, the swag man, as he has been appointed. And so let's get the information from him, fire away the questions. Greg will monitor the questions. And so, Alex, tell us a little bit about what you learned today when you visited a vendor in your neighborhood.
Yeah, so I went and visited a guy. His name's Bill Menard. He owns Superior Embroidery. So I originally went to him about some hats, and he got talking to me, and he's going to open up a website for us. He's going to sell barroom hats, a couple different designs of shirts. So, if you guys want to react to me in the Facebook and shoot me some ideas of what you'd like to see. But different designs of shirts that I'm not capable of doing. I just do these simple shirts, and different designs. He does direct to garment printing. So the color options are endless. He does the embroidering, like I said, but he's going to set us up a merch store. So any ideas you guys have, shoot me a message on the Ballroom Swag Shop page. And and the website should be up next week. I just got to get with Aldo for the designs, but I mean, this is huge for us.
It's beautiful.
I talked to him today. Bears 100 proof hats are coming. The hat that Phil has on, that's already in the works. Black and navy. I tell you what, this guy, I came to him with this and told him what I'm doing now, and he's like, I want to work with you. And like I said, I've known this guy half my life, so the options are endless, and he's right in my backyard. So any design I have, I can go to him and say, look, this is what people want. So with him, with this DTG printer, it's like a $50,000 t-shirt printer. It's uploaded on his computer, prints it right on directly onto the shirt. So like I said, the options are endless. So
a smartest man t-shirt.
It can happen.
On the back, hashtag fuck Bukowski. Can they do it?
No, it can happen.
Okay.
Like I said, the options are endless, man. I'm so I was there for 2 hours today, just talking to him about everything, and I could see him getting excited about it because he's, I showed him the following, what you guys have been doing, all the work, and and I told him, this is what the people have been saying to me, and everyone's been wanting hats, and it's just, I'm still gonna sell the 2 shirts, but we're gonna go farther with this. So
gotta do some of these drops like this.
I'm doing good. I'm happy.
Happy as a clam.
100 proof.
I like.
Yeah. So the swag shop page, I will post it on there on the Facebook page and on the Twitter, on the Twitter machine. But this is huge. I was so excited earlier talking with him. Like I said, I was there for like 2 hours, and he was showing me all his machines and stuff like that. So it's
I'm excited.
Oh, I'm
excited about that shirt you're wearing there.
Oh,
too. The tape never lies. Look at that. Gonna have some.
Hold that up again, because every time you hold it up, I fuck up the shot. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
That is sweet looking.
Almost looks like a helmet with the tip. I like that.
Yeah.
Looks. Well, I better not say that. My wife.
It is orange.
My wife is listening.
I think mine is too.
Can we get a fuck the cap t-shirt? Fuck a cap. Okay. Definitely have to have that.
So,
and
like
if I could just add this real quickly, Alex. Alex gave me a call today from this vendor, and so I was able to talk to him for 15, 20 minutes and really, really, really got the sense that this guy is on top of his game. He has made some equipment purchases that allow for printing on demand. And so they've gone away from the mass production of shirts, so that when Chris Sandlin comes in and says, hey, I need 2 hoodies, 1 this, 1 that, and so forth, boom, they will make those print to order, but they also promise a faster turnaround than the last vendor that we had. So that's amazing. And secondly, Alex lives in proximity to this vendor, so he can go in and check in on orders, check in on the new designs that we'll be coming up with, and so forth. So I am really, really, again, very appreciative of what Alex is doing, and also really impressed with this vendor and what they've got going. And so all this is going to be released in the next couple of weeks. And we know that there's a pandemic going on. We know that we are going through record levels of unemployment. We know that it's a tough time to ask people to support stuff. So we're not asking you. We're not like a casino, and fixating on your gambling habit. No, that's not the case at all. We're just responding to demand. And we keep hearing this demand, and even during these tough times, we're getting all these requests for materials. Everything from I'm posting them up on our Twitter feed here, or YouTube feed. We're just simply responding to the need. So this isn't about us being money hungry, grubby people. I don't think we've ever shown that in the 4-5 years that we've been in operation. This is simply responding to demand, and Alex is leading the charge here. And one of the things that I've learned about Alex Acevedo in the short time that I know him is that he's a man of high integrity. He is a man that really, really cares about the mission that we have here in Bears Barroom. So we're really fortunate to have him as part of the team, and we're really, really fortunate that those of you out there, want some of this merchandise, and it will help pay the bills and hopefully at the same time start to reward the efforts by the team members who put in countless hours into what we're doing here. So that's my little speech. And
it's good because
Alex's stuff.
I gotta applaud him too, because just for the new listener and those now tuning in on video, I'll say this truthfully to you in the camera. This guy was a fan of the show. He reached out to me and said, dude, you guys put in too much effort, too much to not see anything. I think you guys need at least something. And this is while we're in the works of talking with Aldo about going to Patreon, what we're going to talk about. This piece for us, the little bit that will help us. It's like Shane said, we ain't getting fucking rich off doing this. We have a huge following. This kid, I want to do this for Barroom. Yes, Patreon. Oh, long overdue, but this is somebody saying, I want to do it. Aldo has too many fucking hands in other fucking pots to do this the right way. I don't know anything about swag. I know friends that do it. That's where we're 100 proof t-shirt right here. And you'll be able to get this, I'm sure, with the new shop.
Oh yeah, I brought him that.
So you'll be able to pull out this 100 proof. There you go, Aldo, Phil, and Shane. Those shirts with Bears Barroom in the back. You see them in the promo. Shane, you have one on right now too. 100 proof. You support us. I can't tell you. My wife could tell you how humbled I am. These guys joke about selfies and arrogance. I wear my heart on the sleeve. I love this network. I love what we do. And when someone steps up like Alex did and says, hey, I want to do this, and went out and bought it all on his own to give people like Rel Remy, Vito Fiello, Chris Sandlin, and others who if you've gotten a shirt or whatever, or bought a shirt or purchased, Chris Gonzalez comes to mind. Those things mean a lot. That you're out there being a walking advertisement for this network. And that really means a lot to me that he would do that. And like Aldo said, he's a stand-up guy. He found this now better way to give you the best product possible. So the Zach Bradleys of the world and everybody, Aaron Current, Heidi Zimmerman in Mexico, who's like, Phil, I want this shirt so bad. I'm saving up the money. We're not asking you got to buy it. No, it's there because, like Aldo said, you wanted it. I'm rocking a shirt and people are like, how do I get one of those? Shane fucking made this hat. Shane did it and sent it to me as a fucking guy. All my hats are from Shane. Now that I think about what the reality was, then we started doing and producing. It was too much. Now we have somebody, the swag man, isolated on his own, did it just in the heart of beat of this network. And that's where we are now. So every purchase you guys do goes to what we're going to continue to do. From the tape never lies, the music, and now look at us now. 5 years to get to this point where we're live on video. I wanted to do this 2 years ago, but everything happens for a reason. Now we have the product that totally, I could see Lady Bear tank tops or female style shirts.
They're coming.
It pops right up on my screen. This is 100 proof now. You ain't getting this in any other podcast.
I want to see a Lady Bear in a tank top.
Hey, like I said earlier, the options are so endless with this guy. And like I said, he's been a friend of mine since I was 15 years old. My first job, I worked with this guy, and I just happened to come across him. I'm looking for someone to do embroidery work, and I'm like, holy crap, he's got his own apparel store. And
dude, real quick, on top of that story, this is 100 proof. keeping it 100. I'm at a fucking function with my kids, and I'm like, I need someone to design a dope logo for my podcast. 100 proof. We need a dope fucking logo. This, my son's friend's mom goes, that's what I do. I do logos.
Chop it up, Phil. Let's chop it up.
We chopped it up. 100 proof. The logo that's right there in the corner of the screen. Shout out to them for doing this. Jocelyn Proto for making that Bears one. I mean, that's the
I love that logo.
That's the fucking Batman in the sky now. When that logo pops up, people are running to come listen. That's how I look at it. Avon Walker's in there. I know that. Gonzalez, Tuccio, Cali Bears. Look at this. It's so easy to do shout outs now, Aldo.
It's gonna be much worse, Shane.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's gonna read everybody's name in the live comments. All the way down through. Hey,
they're getting shout outs in the show.
Real quick, and this is, obviously not planned, but we were talking about the Facebook comments on your guy. When I am seeing them in the live comments, but it just comes up Facebook user for me. Are you guys seeing that too?
Yeah,
it happens to me too.
Yeah, I think that they need to subscribe. I'm not sure of this, but I think that they need to subscribe in order for their name, for the Facebook users' names to come on. But I will look into that.
They need to subscribe to the Barroom Pub, you mean?
Yeah. Is it only on the pub that it's being broadcast, or is it on the Barroom Facebook page too? Are they on both?
Hold on a second. Heidi says I'm the most handsome man.
Tweet that out, Heidi, so I can use it next week.
He's the only man on the screen right now.
Let me see.
Look at this guy.
Okay. I do look good, don't I?
Yeah.
That's a nice hat, Aldo.
That is a nice hat. I've received so many nice presents. I mean, everything behind me.
Got the Godfather clock.
Fucking present from our listeners. So I don't know why we're begging for money. They've been sending us money for years now.
Yeah, Greg Bragg sent him the fake Emmys back there.
I got to tell you something. I love the interaction with everybody. Yeah. This tool is allowing us, Mixler was great because we didn't have the money to put in the phone system to interact with people. So we could at least interact with you in the chat. This has taken us a step closer to actually getting calls in and so forth. Yeah. We are able to put your comments up on the screen. We are able to, interact with you in a way that we haven't done so before. So I am just in love with this technology. I really appreciate the fact that Phil found this, and I appreciate the fact that Phil and Shane were like kicking me, come on, get up off your ass and get this shit going. So here we are. This is tremendous. And
finally, it's happened.
And wait till you see all the other things that we have in store and other ideas. You guys are going to, we really have the ability in the people in the live comments to send them a link to come on screen with us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
At any point.
At any point. Could bring someone.
I can't wait for last call. I can't wait.
They do that Patreon thing and boom, you're on with us for a few minutes.
Well, Greg, and I think Greg is going to chime in here with what I was just going to say. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing that Jeff just brought up in the chat room. People's names which were in the chat room on MixLR, they're different on here. So it's almost like trying to re-identify some of these people that are the usual suspects in our chat rooms because they have new names on here, such as GSH Jeff, who is Jeffrey McLaughlin, which I should have known because he said something about IU earlier. And if he looks really hard, he might actually see some IU stuff still in this garage of mine. So
I thought it was a U-Haul truck.
No, it's not a U-Haul truck.
Yes.
I got insulation because I'll come down here. On the other side of my screen is my TV setup in my bar. That's where my computer's on right now. which I just figured out recently. I was doing the shows from
Show
the
everybody
bedroom,
your
but
scar from the bar.
Yeah, that's from the corner. The scar's about healed up. There's still a bump there though. Yeah. But this is my humble abode down here, and now Jenny can relax upstairs and not have to hear the banter, and she gets to have a little more freedom.
We have to do a live show from Greg's U-Haul truck when the
You have to. Also known as my Bears bar room. This is my bar room.
Oh, it was meant to be.
Have you ever parked a car in the garage since you
love the live?
No, we initially did, and I built the bar that I built. It's on 6 caster wheels, which Phil wouldn't know what a caster wheel is, but it's on 6 of them, and you can push it up against the back wall, so you actually can still fit a car in here. But I've put so much junk in here, like furniture, and now Addie's got her stuff. There's no way a car's getting into here anymore. But you actually can. If like a tornado was coming, I could get a car in here.
Yes. Is this still going to be on podcast, Aldo? You answered, I guess, in the chat, but did you want to talk? This is still going to be on the iTunes, Podbean, correct?
Correct. And this is, again, my first foray into this, but my understanding with how the system works is that I will now have access to a file that I can convert to an MP3. So I will put it onto the podcast stream. Podbean then distributes it to iTunes, to Spotify, to all the other delivery systems. So that will be taken care of. Plus, I haven't been perfect at doing this, but I was responsible for putting the audio podcast onto YouTube. Sometimes I miss the deadline, but now, as soon as we finish this show, it will be there. It will. This podcast will be there on YouTube. So that's something that I'll be checking throughout the night and the morning to make sure that that's the case. But I'm super excited again about the technology that's affordable to us. It's important, because I've even gotten people reaching out to me when there isn't a show posted. And I know, Phil, you've been getting this for the last year or two.
Yeah.
When there isn't a show posted, people are reaching out and say, hey, where's that show? I can't find it, and so forth. So the technology is now allowing us to automate some of that stuff so that human error, which I'm responsible for 99% of the time, won't happen, and you guys will have access to the programming. And if I may, just say that I am really, really proud of the programming. I've told members we have a Slack room. Slack is an app that we can communicate with each other. And I've told members how proud I am of how hard that they've worked to put together great programming. And that now within what we are doing, there is a competition that I sense, a friendly competition with everyone to compete to get better guests, to produce better programming, and that we're evolving into a true network. When I talked to Mike North about the vision for Bears Barroom, he said this is the same thing we were doing at the Score Sports Radio 40 years ago, 30 years ago, however long that was. Is he and Dan Jiggets,
same year Jordy Nelson came in the league.
That's right. He and Dan Jiggets did the Monsters of the Midday show, and they were competing with Terry Bors and Dan Bernstein to get the better guest, to have the better show, and so forth. And so that's what's going on here in Bears Barroom, and I think that's a good thing. Friendly competition is just going to rise all boats, and we'll be delivering better and better programming. And so I all of you people who are listening in and providing input, if you want to volunteer to be a part of this team to help us grow and to be better and to provide better, whether it's in technology or graphics or audio services, whatever, video services, whatever it is, reach out to any one of us and let us know what you're interested in helping us out. We'd love to have you as part of the team and help us grow and have some fun with us, because I think that's really what has motivated us to continue to do this over years, is the fact that we're having fun at doing this, despite some of the times that, I feel like kicking Phil's ass. That he does.
Pete Tuccio put something interesting in the chat. It said, "Gents would love an annual subscription option. Pay for a year's content and maybe include some swag with it, T-shirt, stickers, etc."
I love
I
that.
think that's an interesting option.
Yeah, the year option is
we talked about.
Yeah, the year option is a must, and I mean that's
pay for
a
the
huge
year.
part, of what we're gonna provide to you guys when everything becomes official with the Patreon and stuff like that. And there will be, like he said in there will be added benefits to it, because there's going to be, Phil and I were talking, hey, listen, we all have lives away from this, jobs away from this, we have kids, and there's going to be nights where Phil and I and Greg and Aldo are talking, or if Greg and Aldo were busy and Phil and I were talking about something, hey, let's go live. It's not going to be 4 hours or 2 hours, might not even be an hour, but we're going to provide that to our paying subscribers, that little extra added benefit. Like when the Bears signed Tayshaun Gibson. Yeah. We'll do things like that. Or if anything happens, and it's just going to be that one added thing that we're going to give to you guys for really going on this journey with us. Because there's I've been here 5 years, and the strides that we have made, I mean, there's been listeners that are in the chat room tonight that have really been here the entire time
beginning
with us. Yeah. And
I think it's important, because I see great comments coming in, and I hope Greg is capturing a lot of this stuff. It's important for us not to take away what you have already been getting free. So we want your ideas when you're talking about, because I've seen a number of comments saying, yeah, I'd buy in on a year option. What is it that you want for that year subscription? What kind of extra programming do you want? Because we've got some ideas on that, but we don't necessarily want to share all those ideas tonight or in the near future. We want to save some of those ideas. What we want to do is pick your brain on as to what you would like to see. Do you want Phil to come on for 30 minutes and do his daily dose? Remember that show that you used to do?
Yeah. I was on it many, many times. Hey, Shane, come on with me for 15 minutes. An hour and a half later, we wrapped up our 15-minute show.
Phil would be in his car in the morning before going to work, and he would be talking into his phone with a fucking,
mic. Remember that bendable mic? Bendable mic. The lengths that we've come, though. Yeah. But to your point, it could, at a whim's notice, Shane and I, Greg and I, whatever, hey, we could bring personalities of the bar room to come on and we talk football. I think everyone, if you love this network, is going to know that I'm going to do an X's and O's session. I mean, if we didn't, that would be the fucking dumbest drop ball since Josh Bellamy. No offense.
Yeah, well, Phil, take them behind the curtain a little bit to what we thought. We're not going to give up everything, because quite honestly, there's going to be things that we don't even know about, where it's just going to be, that's the way 100 Proof has always been.
Right.
We're not a show that Mike North talks about it. If you have a script, you shouldn't be in the business, on your radio show. You got to be able to go off the top of your head and know what you're going to talk about. But we're completely unscripted. And a lot of times you guys just may be sitting there and boom, out of nowhere. It doesn't even have to be breaking news. It can just be, hey, let's go on and talk some Bears or talk whatever for 30 minutes. And
incorporate you. That's
absolutely
the thing. The Patreon person, the person that's, going on the journey with us, because let's face it, the person that's signing up for Patreon, you're the truther, you're the dedicated subscriber. You're going to help us, like Aldo said, get the guest. There's been times where fans have said, hey, reached out on Twitter or social media and said, hey, you should go on 100 Proof with Shane. Would you do it? And they kept after it. And then those players or the coach or whoever it was became on it, and then there was gold on the show, and everyone's like, hey, this is something that really works well. And there's no limits because I don't even know what the world is going to be like. So how we work and go to our jobs is one thing. I know I'm talking and I only see Shane. I feel like,
I am so sorry. I've been mesmerized by the.
I was looking at him and I'm like, it's like, almost like he's a ventriloquist.
Doesn't help. I'm on my third drink.
It's okay. That's what we do. But I will break down the tape. Obviously, I think, I don't want to give away everything here. Last call, you've already heard Alex Acevedo. You've heard other people say, last call is going to be a completely amazing show. With there you go. You can get it. Can I get a hoodie with that on?
Actually, with this guy, you can have this hoodie. That's why I was talking to him today about.
My father specifically asked me, like,
you like that?
Yeah, he really was like, "Can you get me a hoodie with that cartoon graphic of you?" That's what.
Oh, it's awesome. That is awesome.
There you go. But you're gonna get exclusive content outside of 100 Proof. I can guarantee you that. It could.
Can I add something to that? What you guys are talking about?
Me ranting. It could be me and Shane talking about and think about the draft and all the things that this is going to do for this show and this network. So
going back to
real quick, my wife is telling me I got to tell this story. This is
okay. I'll wait.
There she is. Look.
Hi,
so
Steph.
my dad calls me up on the phone. Hey, I want one of those. You know my dad's voice, Shane. Hey, I want one of those T-shirts that you got. How much is it gonna cost? So I'm telling him the price, and Steph's in the bathroom yelling at me. Price? You're paying. Your dad's not gonna pay for it. You're gonna pay for it. I'm like, he's supporting me. She was getting all upset because I'm like telling him that you got to order the T-shirt. So she thought that I should be telling I'm gonna buy it and give it to him, and it made me feel stupid because she was right. I should do that. So there you go. That was that story of truth.
Yeah, with this graphic here, we'll hook him up. We'll put this one on a shirt for him. So
yeah, he wants it on a T-shirt or a sweatshirt. He'd rather have it on a hoodie.
Yeah, I'll even give it to him. I love that guy. I loved him on the show.
I'm gonna pay for it because I don't want to hear my wife embarrass me again.
Hey, going back to what you guys were talking about,
yes.
We'll still do T-shirt giveaways. I'll be printing these ones out. The other Barroom Classic logo that I got back there, and also something I'm working on is koozies, Barroom koozies. I'm gonna make those, and we can, do trivia with you guys. So we're gonna give back. The Barroom Swag Shop is giving back. So, next week we'll have a full website of all kind of apparel, 100 Proof hats, Barroom, the neon logo on the hat. I'm also going to talk to him about this logo here. The options are endless. I'm so excited for it. So, yeah, I just wanted to chime in there to let you guys know we are going to give you guys back. So, give back to you guys. So,
what about a Draft Dr. Phil and his dad segment where we come on?
That'd be great.
You know what I'm saying? Just out of random talking offensive line.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Did anybody else think Phil was going to say a Draft Dr. Phil and his dad T-shirt?
No.
Yes, I did. I did too. I thought that was
I totally did.
What was it, Mo? I wasn't getting it from me. I was getting it from my dad, to be clear. Don't side with these guys, Mo. I thought you were with me.
Oh, you're telling me you've never worn a Draft Dr. Phil shirt?
No, I haven't.
You're going to be wearing this.
I did actually. Kino Cappuccino, shout out to her, made me a
shout out to her.
Draft Dr. Phil shirt.
Kino
Cappuccino. I'm always keeping it 100. I get fired up.
Shout out to her. She
Draft Dr. Phil.
Would you wear a fucking Smartest Man T-shirt? You wouldn't wear your T-shirt?
You just said you wouldn't, so why are you asking me?
I'm saying you. Now that I think about it, I
Yeah.
think you should wear one. To be honest, so now
Well,
I'm
I
fucking
can't
in.
wear one. Fucking Acevedo. You got fucking magnets. I got shit over here.
Magnets.
You got fucking
Well,
Draft Dr.
yeah.
Phil stickers and
If you
jock
wouldn't get
strap.
if you wouldn't get
Acevedo's got a scratch and sniff Draft Dr. Phil jock strap.
Hey,
Smell like a doc.
West Coast Phil, he thinks I sniff as a fucking asshole.
Exactly.
There's where that joke was.
Fuck that guy. But anyways, going back.
Can we get a scratch and sniff fart drop for Joe Mandel? Jesus. Mandel drop. Thank
I
you.
just saw Joe. Joe's in the chat.
Yeah, man. Yeah, baby.
Man, oh man, Greg.
Man, oh man, Greg.
Yeah, boys.
Oh boy. Oh Nelly. Oh Nelly. Joey Mandel drops. Tooch is working on a whole song with
Iowa.
Dilly Dilly. Captain Purple. What was it? Purple Heart, Stars, Rainbows, Clovers, and Balloons. Something like
Well,
that.
I think it's important too. While we're in this forum, is what I want some people that may be thinking negative about this. I want to hear from the other side of the fence. You know what I mean? People that are skeptical, and don't be scared to speak up in the live comments. If you think that this is, not we may not agree with it, but we're not gonna hold it against you. If you have some skepticism, I myself want to see that and address it. I think all that stuff's important.
Yeah, and I will add to that that I'm working on a survey with the website called Survey Monkey that I'd like to send people, because sometimes a lot of people will speak a little bit more freely if it's anonymous, and so would love to get your comments about what shows you like, what personalities you like, and so forth, so that we can begin to provide you with the type of programming that is more popular to you. So I'm working on that survey to be ready in a week or two. I was hoping to have it ready for tonight, but that just wasn't possible. So that's coming, and I hope that not only will you fill out the survey, but you will also let other barflies, consumers of Bears Barroom, know that the survey is out there, so that we can get as much input as possible.
Barroom, we keeping it 100, baby.
Kyle Long.
I'm a huge motherfucking barfly. Who is that? Who is that drop?
It's Dan Aguirre.
Oh, I love that one.
Man, nice.
Play that one for you real quick.
Oh, I'm a huge motherfucking barfly.
Oh,
hey, I can't wait for Aldo on last call. You had the ball at the 4-yard line, and you had the opportunity to punch that fucking ball in, and yet the play calling. And you got Phil in the background. He goes,
This guy knows drops by heart.
Hey, I know
That's
all
the
of them,
kind of
man.
thing.
It's kind of bad.
Holy cow.
Well, one of my challenges now is, because I've got my hands on so many controls here, is trying to get as many of the drops in as possible, because it's I'm also visualizing the show.
There it is.
I got it.
So
it's Bisball.
4-yard line, and you've got an opportunity there to punch that fucking ball in, and yet the play calling.
Listen.
It's gimmickry. Abysmal.
He's either going to hit you in the numbers, or he can't hit a bull in the ass with a banjo.
That's what you get on 100 proof. The drops, the music.
Oh man. And people hate on the drops. I'm like, it separates you guys. Your guys' show is so much different. I mean, I'm laughing my butt off people are talking about the U-Haul truck. Look at this.
Poor Greg's not even paying attention. He doesn't know he's on camera.
I am writing things. It's called working.
It's Greg Braggs Jr. He is a workaholic. By day, he's laying bricks of gold, according to Dan Aguirre. And by night, he's doing other things that I can't even name right now. So I won't throw you on the street. Greg is not asleep. I can tell you that. He's awake. He's working hard.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
You are great. What about this though?
Captain Crunch rips the crap out of my mouth. I can't do it. It's delicious, but that's true. It
Watch
hurts.
how Greg sells out.
I love that's true.
That's true. He totally sold out.
I did not sell out. It's
Oh
a
my
good
God.
flop. He made a valid point.
Don't yell. Don't yell.
I'm sorry.
If you listen,
came
don't
in
be
hot.
the Peter Bukowski of cereals.
He made a valid point. Captain Crunch is good, but if you don't let it, hang out in the milk for a little bit and get a little soggy, it can be, a little tough on the top of your mouth. He's right.
You know
You
what?
gotta, you gotta
I
be
will
fair
agree
to the
with that.
conversation.
He's got to
See?
I will agree.
Well, it's unfortunate. That is my favorite cereal, Captain Crunch
Oh, I love
Berry.
it too. The peanut butter one's
So
great.
I push through any kind of hurt for nerd hurt that we would call cars. But yeah, Zimmerman's concern right there. Well, you got to get tweet of the week so you can get a giveaway, a free
right.
t-shirt. That way he won't have to pay for any swag. He'll earn it.
Yeah.
He'll get the tweet of the week, and we'll get him a t-shirt.
He was so close a couple times.
I think Acevedo is in the building to make sure that the swag is going to be stellar.
Yeah, I think
already
that
can
would be
tell.
great if Alice can talk a little bit about what we're thinking about along the pricing, because that, again, like I said earlier, it's a huge concern for us. I in the business world, there is something called volume over margin, or margin over volume. Do you sell a product and get an 80% margin, or do you sell a product and get a smaller margin because you want to focus on volume, and making your money off of selling a lot? And so, that's kind of something that we need to talk about. But Alex has some ideas on the pricing and making it fair for everybody, because we know that if we overprice stuff, it's just gonna, it's never gonna happen. It's never gonna sell. So Alex, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, you're just talking basically all the shirts pricing. I basically any shirt max won't be over $30. I mean, the hats somewhere around there too. We're gonna give you guys affordable prices. You got to factor in shipping too. So I would figure somewhere around 30, including the shipping. So the fulfillment is crazy. I've got to know how much shipping is after shipping all these shirts out, and some of them are fair, but you guys would be shocked at how much shipping costs for ship a single shirt. So, but yeah, everything will be fair. Everything will be priced, and it'll be ran through everybody, so we all come to agreement. Okay, this shirt isn't set at this price. Is you guys think that's fair? So, yeah, don't worry about high cost. Look, we want to get the swag out there. We want to see you guys with the t-shirts at the games, or see you guys on social media representing. That was the goal to this. That was my goal. Contribute to this network is to bring this to you guys. So definitely, it'll be fair. Trust me.
Jeff has a question. Shipping to Canada. We talked to the vendor today about. I'm sorry, Phil. We talked to the vendor today about international shipping. So, Alex, why don't you share that information?
Yeah, everything's going to be shipped. That was one of the things that I don't mind shipping, but I was just mind blown at how many shirts I've sold to everybody and the thank yous. And that's what going to this point is, he told me he could ship internationally right from his shop. So
Nice.
It works right with the post office. So UPS too. So I'm telling you, everything's going to be fair priced, fast shipped, and you're going to get good quality. Like I said, this guy's right in my backyard. So even if say just something that wasn't right, that say you got the wrong size, I can fix that problem. Look, I go right to his shop and say, look, this was wrong. We're going to work with you guys. So this is huge for us. So
I think to represent Bears Barroom and be a ambassador of the show is the reason why you're buying the swag. The cost and the quality, I can tell you, I'm wearing this shirt right now. It's beautiful. It's comfortable. It hasn't shrunk. I'm a big guy. I'm shoulders. I might be short in stature, but I'm not thin or rail thin. So I want a comfortable shirt that I could work out in and support Bears Barroom. And from big guys, he's going out of his way for guys like Jamie Johnson in Iowa to get them extra bigger sizes that they need, big and tall. We're going to do the best, and we're not here to screw anybody over. Trust me.
No, not at all.
I think this product of the show is going step for step with the swag shop. And that was coincidental because you saw the swag shop was going in a beginner's. We were in the beginner's pool swimming around there. And now, coincidentally, he bumps into a guy that says, wait a second, I can make this product what you guys imagined. And it goes along with where we're going for the show. Listen, I always keep it 100. I can give a shit about, manipulating anybody. If you're going to do this, you're going to do it fair for a guy like Logan Sandollar or Lady Bear, that Will from the Hood in Jersey, and Miguel and Tino Martinez in Iowa, and Kino Cappuccino. What did she buy? 6 shirts, barrooms to Sandy Tom from across the pond buying shirts. These people want to be ambassadors. They're going to get the best product that we can possibly give. And that's where the research is going to go to do that. That being said, we want to put fun into it that represents Barroom. So if it's fucking Speed Bump Charlie on the back, that's what you want, then I'm all for that, because that anything about the show should be incorporated in your own creativity, and that's what you want to rock. I'm all for that. I'm all about keeping it 100.
Let me just put this in here too. Also, where can you go? You can go on all these other pods or whatever you want to do and go look at their merch. Some big corporate companies selling their stuff. Now check out that shirt. You're going to come out with shipping $35. So I got some people, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. Look, that company, it sells it to a certain price, and we're going to set these prices fair. And I understand some people need to understand, you can't make and ship a shirt for $10. Not going to happen. I mean, the point of it is to get the merch out, and you guys support it. And like I said, I'm going to work as close as I can with this guy to get these prices as fair as we can. And yeah, it's so huge that he's right here. I can work with this guy. It's awesome that I'm able. It's not some big corporate company online that I've never seen before. Like I said, I was there 2 hours today, and we talked a bunch of different designs and barroom hats and 100 proof hats and lady wear, and so the options are endless. Yeah, with the damn virus going on.
He's always busy with the virus, this guy. But I just think to just put a bow on the swag stuff, I just think you're gonna, decide whether or not. I mean, you're at the end of the day the consumer that decides whether or not you want to do that and support Bears Barroom. I ask that you do it. It's well worth it to us to get to this level. 5 years in the making, and it's going to be 100 proof leading that charge, and then the other shows will follow, and that's just how it will go. I'm just keeping it 100. There is no barroom without 100 proof. I know that. I've been a part of this. I've left, and I'm here. Bears Barroom was built on the foundation of this show, and the numbers don't lie. Aldo could tell you the downloads and the views and the guests that we've gotten on the show, and the creativity of the show makes it what it is. And and I can't say enough about it. So when you do support, like Alex came to us to say, that was just going to make the product and the energy that I put into it, because I know how much I put into it with songs. I mean, I don't think people realize. Sometimes they just take it for granted and a joke. But
I agree with that.
The work that you put into a song and the work that you put into a bit or a silly thing or a segment that's become Bear Up, Bear Down, or the dumbest tweets of the week and more. At the end of the day, you're the countless amount of people that have said, this is long overdue. You deserve this. This is what we want. Let me sign up for a year. Let me support you. You should put this on Patreon, on to Tape Never Lies. You know, I have a family too to support, and the time I put into it, I enjoy because I love the game. I wear my heart on the sleeve. This is all, I wasn't planning to talk about this, but it's uncensored, unfiltered, raucous roadhouse bar, as Aldo says in the intro, that if you're a listener and a fan that have come from the beginning to where it is now, if Aldo ever fucking takes a break from Mike North's show and fucking buffoons and puts back on the very first show, just so you could hear the difference, what these fucking sounds and the whole premise of the show from back then to now, you would be like, holy fuck, because we've built this and we've gotten it to the point where I can go on a rant for 25 minutes, as you know, and you all joke about it, but the listener listening, like, holy fuck, that shit. Even sometimes I'll listen back to the show. I was like, dude, I totally missed Shane when you said that. That shit was so funny. But all the people listening in heard it and enjoyed it and loved it. And that's what this is about. So to support something that you love or have given, we've given you our heart and soul, and we speak to you. That's all I'm talking to. If the haters, I don't give a fuck about. The haters, you're gonna have haters. But is someone that hates 100 Proof or the Barroom or whatever show going to buy a t-shirt for that show? No. So I'm speaking to the person in that wants to support us in that way. Trust me when I tell you, even I couldn't even talk to Alex, even though he texted me 12 times and called me twice because I was busy at work today going with the PPEs and being protected and doing all that. So as I come home, I'm hearing that he met and had this coincidental conversation. So I'm learning all this now tonight with you. So we're all in this together. So people that stay up past their bedtime, like Jeff, good night, Jeff. I would sing you a lullaby. But in the morning, you could listen to the show or watch the show now. Now you could watch the show on YouTube in the morning. I used to be joking with Aldo. I'd be like, dude, we're way fucking overdue for video. I go, someone's staring at the 100 Proof logo for 4 hours listening to the show. and you love it that much. They deserve video, like a Ralph Trebby and others that I can't even think of right now. So here we are now. I'm not begging. I'm just giving you the reasons of why we're doing this tonight. And
real quick too, this guy in my backyard, like if any of you guys are going down to Nashville this year, if it happens, I plan on going, and shoot me a message. I can pick up the shirts at the store, hats, whatever you guys want, save you a couple bucks on shipping. That's another factor of cheaper price. So even if you're local, hey, I want one of those shirts.
Game.
Yeah, I mean,
Greg Bragg's trunk. I used to
exactly.
Joke
there you go.
Greg's at every game. Hopefully they have fans at the game.
Sell him out of his the trunk of the car.
But no, the other thing, programming wise, this show will never go on hiatus. And that's the other thing that you got to realize. I think how many shows that we've done that go all throughout the offseason talking about the Chicago Bears, football, and having a lot of fun doing it. So that ain't going to change. We're not taking away anything we've ever given you. We're going to give you a lot more as we get into this programming end. But the t-shirt ideas, the video, and all of this is new coming out to you. And I know, as my pride, my Italian pride, Sicilian pride, I'm not going to let this fail. We're going to be here for you, the Chris Sandlins of the world that have loved every minute of this show. And Chris, I think, was the first and foremost purchaser of all the original Bears Barroom memorabilia.
Yeah, he's got everything.
Oh my gosh! Even before Alex joined us,
right?
Chris, I'll never forget when he posted on Twitter a shot of all the merchandise that
exactly
had bought. They laid it out on the bed, and I was like, "Holy shit! This guy's entire wardrobe is Bears Barroom stuff."
Exactly. So, though the people like Chris and Lady Bear and so many of you, you know who you are. There's silent people that just listened on the podcast. Now you'll be able to put a voice or a name to the voice. Shane's Purple Room, whatever it is. You'll be able to see Greggy Blue Eyes now.
Barb will have a Smartest Man T-shirt now. And,
Barb can have the Smartest Man. Fucking
Listen here, fucking swag man.
Hey,
You don't
motherfucker,
fucking
because
talk
of you,
about her.
I'm still sleeping in that fucking tent, you asshole, just because of you.
Listen here, nipple rings.
Dickhead. I'm going to dinner.
I wish.
I love a Greg Braggs drop every time.
I'm not going to dinner anymore. 7 more
He's on a
days.
diet. He's on a diet. But
I
anyway,
see Heidi in the chat. Real
quick.
quick. Where does Heidi live at? Does she live in the States?
Mexico.
Acapulco.
Mexico.
I'm gonna tell you something. I gotta hook this lady up, man. She's
There
been
you
saying
go.
I
FedEx.
gotta hook Heidi. Get a hold of me. I'm gonna hook you up because she made comments before, and I gotta hook her up, man. We gotta get her a barroom shirt.
Yes. Stick to YouTube. Like Papa Bear said, it's a pot of gold. This Newport 100. I don't know what these guys bringing it.
I
Yes,
wrote down
will
a
cry.
lot. I wrote
will
down a
cry.
lot of the feedback from people that kind of want different ideas
Go ahead.
for what they want. We can go over it now, or we can. I didn't know if you wanted to go over that later.
We're gonna just wrap
the
up
one
your
thing we
swag.
really haven't been seeing too much of in the chat that I'm sure people want to see, or at least Aldo and the guys here want to see, are what do you guys see as like a price range? What are some of the things, we're seeing some of the ideas you'd have as far as what you'd want, but what, when you're talking about a subscription, like what's the right, range for a listener like you, and what are you willing to pay for a full year and things like that? I think that's the biggest hurdle to understand what our listeners, are willing to go for that extra mile of content. You know what I mean?
We're gonna pay for your FedEx, Heidi. That is all I have to say about that. But go ahead, Aldo.
I'm gonna hand deliver to Heidi.
Let's pay for
There you
Heidi's
go.
FedEx, the shipping. Then she could buy her
Oh,
shirt.
Barb Graham in the
There's
chat
Barb.
just said, "Where's my shirt? It's
Look
coming."
at Shane was leaning back saying, "Man, I'm ready to get off here." And he seen Barb's name, and he hopped up real quick.
That's right. She
he's
knows.
ready.
Man, I love this live chat on the side here. I just discovered this. This is awesome.
You've been on for an hour and you just discovered.
I know.
How much longer for the swag man?
Better check the spelling on those T-shirts.
Oh man.
Listen, in terms of price range is, this is why we're holding this town hall meeting. We don't want to tell you what the prices are. We want to hear from you as to what is affordable, what's fair, and so forth. And based on I've been probably paying way too much attention to the chat room as opposed to some of my other duties as the director of this production. But I think what I hear a lot of people saying is that $20 to $35 range for a T-shirt, $35 being kind of a custom T-shirt. Somebody ordered Chubbs ordered that "Fuck PFF" T-shirt. So that's on the higher end. Plus, if you live internationally in Canada, Europe, and so forth, which we get orders from, you're obviously going to pay more because of the shipping costs. Sometimes, Alex, you told me the other day that we had like a $25-$50 shipping cost for it, right?
It was one of the shirts we did for the giveaway, and I gave Aldo the price. I just stopped by the post office. What's it cost? $20.75 for one shirt. $20. I couldn't believe it. I was mind-boggling. I was like, oh, that's crazy. But that's just how it is. A lot of these international guys, I've been working with them as of cutting them down a little bit on the shipping. So, it's crazy.
Yeah,
you got to take that shipping in effect too.
Yeah, so. Exactly. So, again, in order to get a high quality shirt, which is what everybody wants, you want a shirt that's not going to shrink, tremendously after you wash it. That's not going to fade, and it's comfortable to wear and so forth. You gotta pay more than $5. I've been to a lot of vacation spots where you get T-shirts $3, and I buy a T-shirt, and then by the time I get home, it's disintegrated in my suitcase. So
these shirts I've been selling, they're screen printed. So, but the shirts that you guys are going to get off the Swag Shop website, those are direct to garment printing. You won't even feel the logo on the shirt. It'll be in the cotton of the shirt. It's crazy. I was back there today in a shop, $50,000 he told me he paid for this machine. And like I said, the options are endless, and the quality is going to be top-notch quality. I'm so excited for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm excited too. So, again, we're holding this town hall today, but this is also a continuous discussion. Like I said, we're going to send out the Survey Monkey to get more input from you in terms of the quality of shows, what you want to see, and so forth. But we also want to always be listening to you, because you are a shit. I don't want to get a soapbox here, but Bears Barroom has been built not only because of the great efforts of Shane Marshaw, Draft Dr. Phil, and the other talents that we have here at Bears Barroom, but it's also been built because of the Barflies. Mike North came to us because Little Nicky kept asking him, hey, you want to come on Bears Barroom? You want to come on Bears Barroom, and so forth. And he did. And all of a sudden, Mike enjoyed what we were doing, and he became a part of Bears Barroom. Akeem Hicks and Kyle Long were also because Bears Barflies, Barroom Barflies, pressured those guys to come on, and they were like, wow, we're seeing 20, 30, 40 retweets of this. Let's go on. And they had a tremendous time with us. So this whole Bears Barroom thing is built because of you guys who are our listeners. And what's exciting for me, Shane and Phil, and everyone else involved with our enterprise here is that we're getting so many new people with so many great ideas, with so many new suggestions as to where we should go and what we should do and so forth. So it's pretty cool. In the business world, building an organization based on what the consumer and listener wants is the new thing. It's the 2020 decade thing, and that's what we're building here. This is based on your ideas, based on your desires, and so join us, and we'll deliver stuff to you that'll bring a smile to your face, and in exchange, you help us pay the bills. So that's really what it's all about.
Yeah, I think it's really important to let everybody know too. I mean, if you like what you're hearing, and obviously if you're here, you are, but when you go on iTunes, you may not think that leaving that review matters, but it does matter. It pushes us up the board when you're searching, a podcast about the Bears. It's going to put us up there. YouTube is, like everybody has said, it's the wild, wild west. Go on there and promote Bears Barroom, word of mouth on there, or leaving a comment, or go on Twitter and follow Bears Barroom, follow everybody that's associated with Bears Barroom, and the more exposure we can get, the more things that we can do for you guys, so you guys can benefit from it also. And at the end of the day, you can have everything that you want, but word of mouth still, it goes really, really fast, and it spreads like wildfire. So the positive reviews, and like I said, the positive feedback everywhere on all social media. It's a huge factor in getting us where we want to go and where we want to take you guys to.
I never understood the sensitivity of sharing when it comes to social media. It baffles me to this day. It's like it doesn't take much to like and share something that you like. So do that one little task. Share it. I have barflies DMing me, hey, I met this guy. Mike North's third cousin is Cole Kmet. I got people say, I know this guy. I would love to get him on the show. Go ahead. Reach out. Handle it. Reach out to me, Shane, Greg. Greg started as an ambassador too, helping out the show, getting guests on the show, and then I brought him onto Bears Hour Live, and then the rest is history. So you could be a part of the show too. I'm always looking for people. Ask Aldo. I always look for people that have talent and could do things and want to be a part of it. I love people. I'm a people person when it comes to good people. When it comes to shitty people that, we've met along the way, they are where they are now. Here we are. And I'm proud of where we are. And I just think it's imperative. Like, I was dealing with some of these, I don't even know what Facebook group Nazis. Like, it's a show about the Bears that you're talking about on the place where you're going. I'm not trying to steal any people from you or anything like that. Just sharing my show that talks about
those Facebook groups.
That's all I want. So Facebook groups, share it, and ask why you can't share it. If there is a offense or whatever we're going to call that, I got to come up with some sort of name. But Shane's right. Word of mouth at the end of the day is the most imperative and important thing. That's how people found the show. Tape Never Lies brought people people in the chat. I didn't even know about you. Now they're the most loyal motherfuckers there are.
I'm making shirts for you, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, this guy's making shirts. Not one for Shane yet, but for me. See?
I love the Tape Never Lies.
And the Tape Never Lies is not going anywhere. I'm going to get back to work on a fucking whole Tape Never Lies with a bunch of the free agents we signed. Because just keeping it 100, Aldo, it's hard to find. I could take highlights, like I was telling Shane, of the rookies, and then I can, coach it up and manipulate the tape and show you. But it would be only 1 or 4 or 5 highlights. And the all 22 that the NFL gives you real quick is there, so I can do a cut up Draft Dr. Phil original on Tashawn Gibson and why he's going to be huge for the Bears. I could do that. That's something that this network does, and everybody's trying to copy, but those guys aren't qualified, and you could see it. You could see it. So it's not patting ourselves on the back. It's just calling a spade a spade. That's what I do on this show. That's why I wanted this show. And I'm keeping it 100 here. The Tape Never Lies is the biggest thing that got all of these people over to here. I'm not afraid. Shane has said it. Aldo said it. To open the door to what this show is. And then they're like, holy fuck, this is the best. This is what I want. So if you like that, then you'll like this, because that's what I do. I just don't swear on the Tape Never Lies, which is the truth. I won't do it. And I always keep up for Barb. I will not swear on the Tape Never Lies. See, Mitch Galloway, the Tape Never Lies led him here.
Yeah,
it's right there. So,
and excuse me for interrupting, but that was one of 2 or 3 points I wanted to make here. Is the Tape Never Lies has been the leader in terms of exposing us to more and more people than ever before. It's been a tremendous asset to what we are doing here. The thing that we have to be careful of is that we don't own that. You know, the networks pay billions of dollars for the televising of those games. So the NFL and the TV networks have ownership of that. So we cannot make money off of that. Now, we can show that footage as part of an educational effort. So Phil's role is to show the tape, explain what's going on, and so forth. And so what is called the fair use clause allows Phil to show that videotape so that we can learn from him about who's blocking well, who's not blocking well, what Mitch is doing well, what the coach is not doing well in terms of play calling. All of that stuff allows us to use that. We cannot monetize that content, though, because we have not paid the NFL for that content, and we never will be able to afford that. Right. But it is a great tool for us to allow people to introduces people to what else Bears Barroom is doing. It introduces people to 100 Proof. It introduces people to Cole Kmet being on the Mike North Advantage. It introduces people to Shy Fans in the Stands and Fat Mike Show and Buffon 55 and all the other great, fantastic shows that we have on the network. So that's important. And then Aaron Current mentioned in the chat room earlier that we have to be very, very careful about what we sell, because the NFL, I got the letter right here, has sent us a letter saying we cannot sell any merchandise that sells Bears on it. And so our lawyers have been talking to their lawyers and so forth, because we have a trademark on Bears Barroom. They don't. This is unlike the situation with the Bears brothers. The Chicago Bears own the trademark on the Bears. And so they went after them because they had that issue with them because they were using a trademark situation. Well, we have the trademark, or I'll be totally frank here. We've applied for the trademark for Bears Barroom. And so that's why when I told them that's why they've kind of laid off on us. Right. But we're still treading very, very carefully on that whole situation. Eventually, I would love to kind of migrate to a different name for us. Maybe it's just the Bears Barroom Radio Network or something like that. We'll plan on that, down the road. But right now, we're Bears Barroom Radio Network. We have the trademark. We've applied for the trademark on that, and things are moving along. So I'm very, very comfortable with what we're doing in terms of selling the merchandise with this name on it.
Well, part of the other things is a couple questions. Yeah, you could monetize. I see other people breaking down tape and doing highlights and ask you to be a part of their Patreon program without, using the thing, because it's my teaching. So you can, and there'll be extras, and we'll get into that stuff in regards to the Tape Never Lies extras. And Patreon, you being a part of that, you'll be able to get those things. So it is my original content. It's my editing, my film analysis and teaching. So if you're a part of Bears Barroom's patronage program, you'll be able to get extra insight into that to clear up that. It's like a little loophole in it in regards to keeping it 100. So you'll be able to see as we get further into the summer, extras and play breakdowns will be done, especially for those that have paid for the year-long subscription or whatever. Not to ruin any surprise, but like I said at the top, I think everybody understands that. So a show like Last Call, does Patreon include Draft Dr. Phil's immediate rant right afterwards? These are the things that we talk about,
right,
to get to the level of where we're on a show of keeping it 100. I mean, bust my ass. Shane busts his ass. Aldo busts his ass. There's points where we're dumping every fucking show. Every show. Get rid of them all. Just do 100 proof. Could have done that. But here we are, and that's just keeping it 100 with you. But here we
That's
are.
where that's where the swag comes into place. I see behind the scenes since I got hooked up with Phil, talking to him and interacting with me. Like I said, I found Tape Never Lies, interacted with them, and I said, "Hey, I want to buy a T-shirt off you guys." Well, we don't have T-shirts right now, and I'm like, "Well, I can make a T-shirt, but I'm trying to support you guys and getting behind the scenes, and that's what motivated me to help Bears Ballroom. You guys deserve money for this. Let me tell you something. The Tape Never Lies. Phil had me do a little behind the scenes of some things. There's a lot of work into video editing. Aldo, Shane, Greg, all you guys. Joe, I could go down the whole list of all you guys at Bears Ballroom. You guys bust your ass. And I'm only just I've only just done a little bit and just helping this network evolve to where I think it should be. And to learn that you guys aren't making the money and all those dumping this money. And I'm like, this needs to happen. And it's like all the stuff. I know it sounds cheesy, but all the stars aligned to this guy that's going to get us a website, so it's easy access, great freaking quality of shirts, great quality of hoodies, hats, all this, and it's all going to go back to Bears Ballroom to make it better, to give you guys better content, to give you the video, to give you all this. I mean, you guys deserve this. I mean, like I said, I've told Phil before, you guys should be making money off this. And I listened to other podcasts. I've came from other podcasts, and I'm like, these guys stink compared to Bears Ballroom. I mean, you have a good time. You can sit here and listen, you guys. And
Aldo said it, and he wasn't trying to be rude. He was saying over the Christmas break, we all had a little homework, and we were listening to other pods and fan podcasts included. And listen, I'm keeping it 100. You can debate who the best rappers are. You could. People could make a case for Rakim or Biggie or Tupac or Jay-Z or Nas. You throw out a name that I missed. Big Daddy Kane, whatever. But I don't think you could. I just listen to shows and I see your Tupac. And I just really am like proud, like, yo, I'm entertained by the show because I missed some shit on the show. Or Aldo put some extra whipped cream on the fucking show. Or he did something to the vocal that changed the whole dynamic of what I was interacting live with. So I get entertained by our own show. And you could joke all you want, but it is a podcast. Now it's video content, it's film analysis, it's breaking down the Bears truthfully like nobody else without any fucking fluff or bullshit, no fucking flip-flopping. There's none of that shit. If there is, we call them out. We call our own hosts out. We've called out Joe Mandel's taking so much shit. Fucking Fat Mike. I don't even know who the fuck Fat Mike is. He's on the fucking network 2 days later. Barrissimo's got shit. I fucking bust his ass. I don't take any fucking names. I fucking call everybody out, including other networks. That's what I do. And that's what I'll continue to do. If you think it's the best, bar none, thank you. That's what we're going for. I'm not here to change. I will fucking leave. I'm not here to fucking sugarcoat shit. I can not swear if that's what it meant. If we had to not swear, I could do that. But in this room, in this realm with these guys, I just throw down just like I was talking with you. I'm the same person. Greg is the same guy on the phone. I'm taking Shane's quote today as he is on the show. He is. That's who he is. That's who I am. And Sandy Tom's like, holy shit, I feel like I'm on the show. I'm sitting next to you, man. Oh my God. I'm like, this is who I am. And I just think what we're going to give you, like Aaron Current brought up earlier, halftime. Think about halftime, Bears, Titans. Well, Bears, Titans, we should be at Titans. We should all be at that game. Hopefully, if there is fans in the stands. How about that drop? If there is, we'll be there in Tennessee with a meet and greet. That's what we're planning. That being said, give me any show. I'll go on at halftime with Shane and Aldo, and I'll talk about what needs to be adjusted for the Patreon, the person that's getting it. So you get a pre-rant, and we'll talk about halftime adjustments, and Shane will bring his analysis or whoever, and we'll go 100 proof halftime and those types of things you'll get. So
you could even do like a watch party where you just are watching the game on your TV and you're live talking to everybody.
Greg
You know?
was talking about Patreon doing broadcasting the game. I guess there's some new app. Remember, Aldo, something about we would do the play-by-play.
Right.
Yeah. That'd be
Watch
awesome.
with a group of barflies that are part of the program, and you guys will watch the game with us live. So instead of coming across the pond and paying all that money like Sandy Tom did, you'll be able to see me what Aldo experienced. Look it, they're in fucking cover 2. Here we go. They're gonna hit the fucking tight end. Sure enough, boom, they hit the tight end in the seam, and it's like clockwork watching these fucks coach. But but that's the kind of stuff I think you get. I think Shane will be a big part of it. I
hope so.
Many things. I know he's quiet tonight.
He is quiet.
He's tired.
Tired. Talking about swag for 6 hours.
Right.
Fuck you guys want me to talk about?
Well, how was the lap dance?
What's that?
How was the lap dance?
What lap dance?
You're looking at the VIP room over at the Flamingo.
No, that's in the back. That's in the dark portion back there. I haven't made my way back there. I've been listening to t-shirt talk and magnets and stuff like that.
Look, I'm trying to support you, Shane.
No, I'm playing.
No,
Good Lord.
Here's the thing, though.
We need a Draft Dr. Phil blanket. Draft Dr. Phil car seat, maybe a booster seat,
man bathrobe,
a fork and spoons. Draft Dr. Phil fork and spoon, maybe a cereal bowl.
That was a good.
Maybe.
Mute his mic.
No, I can't do that. It was a mistake. Again,
Good quality toilet paper.
We're getting a smartest man. We just have a lot of drops. Like Greg has a lot of drops. Tooch.
Yes. But hey, I want to say one thing.
Go ahead.
For the last hour or so, the town hall and stuff, I don't think we need to justify to the 100 people who are still with us live that we are going to the Patreon program and that we are, asking for some money to help pay for the bills and so forth. I don't think we need to do that. Right. The question now is what do you guys want in return? So if we ask for $100, what do you want in return? Do you want a T-shirt? Do you want a bonus segment of 100 proof? Do you want more of last call? Do you want some new programming? Somebody in the chat room said that I would love to see a segment of how Draft Dr. Phil produces his songs. So as you know, and that's a great idea. That's a fabulous idea. We could videotape Phil doing his next parody song or original song, and so that way, and we could edit it together, and that could be available to the $100 donors of Patreon. So those are the ideas that we want. I again, in these last few minutes that we have here,
I'm sorry, Aldo, not to
Peter
cut you off, but
Bukowski song is coming up, Greg.
not to cut you off, but there are a few more ideas just to throw in since you're on that mode of train of thought. One person, Callie Bear, said a couple Phil rants. If you have like a random rant, Phil, that if something happens and you want to react in that way, or chalk talk. I saw a few people that were asking for you to do like a Tape Never Lies session where they pick the specific play and then you break it down. A 30-minute Sandman brought up doing a 30-minute Shane show since Shane never gets to talk on 100 proof. Exclusive members Q&A. Like Aldo just said, a couple people wanted to see how the songs are.
Oh,
there he
We're
goes.
put together. We all heard how I did the Barlissimo song with Phil, and we heard a little bit of the behind the scenes on that. Zim was bringing up more Cars content. I saw a few people saying they'd like to see more Cars.
Terrible
Matt
idea.
Carsonson. I agree. Aaron Curran, big interviews like the big headliners maybe should be stuck to Patreon. EJ, our good buddy EJ Jones, he was saying morning drive, a quick podcast if you have like a quick Bears thought, on the morning drive, if that's something you can put up, a Phil's dad segment, and the soundboard. Pete Tuccio said there should be a Bears Barroom soundboard.
Tooch is working on the soundboard.
I liked Shane's idea for the Friday. The Friday.
Lovey Smith, and I've seen all these head coaches run, pass.
Throw the ball and run, no huddle. Anyway,
there you go.
I know all the drops. I liked Shane's idea. Friday night, like beers. What'd you say, Shane? Beers with the guys or something?
Yeah, beers.
We
with the
come
boys,
out here.
something
And,
like that. You put that.
Beers
Yeah,
with-
that's.
I mean,
that's just.
Well, you will definitely get surprise shows. I know.
Oh yeah, there's not gonna be a lack of content. That's for sure, because there's
definitely not gonna lack content.
what separates you guys from everybody else is a fan interaction, and with this program you guys are doing, they could be on the screen with you, talking. They could have their own freaking rant.
Well,
So,
you talk about how Phil's songs come together. Like we've talked about, Greg and Phil and I can be on the phone for 2 hours. That could literally be a show that people would listen to. And I said, Phil and I have riffed before on songs, like coming up with things. I mean, how many times have we done that, Phil, over the years, where we've just sat down and riffed for an hour or 30 minutes, and it's just
you guys did it to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally bullshit.
Plenty of times with the songs. I like the idea, so you could see it going behind the scenes. You'll get to see the songs. There's so many times I'm on the phone with either Greg or Greg and Shane, or Shane and me. Never Aldo. He never fucking picks up. But we're always just being. But that's the other thing, because I got to give Shane credit. He was like, listen, if we're going to do this video thing, Phil and I need the keys to the fucking caddy. So when Aldo, who's always busy, we could just come on live and start fucking ripping at you and the fans and getting you involved and talking about something that's going down, and that's part of this too. Those of you that are going to support this, which I really can tell you from the bottom of my heart how much I work on programming, how much a guy like Tooch has put in. He knows.
Oh, geez, Tooch, man, did a lot of work.
You're gonna get that, and then interaction with you 100%, because just like I believe Greg said it, we have the opportunity to say, hey, Daryl Sproul, you want to come on and talk about this? Maybe you don't agree with Shane, and we just bring you on and we talk, and you're live on the air with us, and we'll do that, because I've always said the most important thing, aside from the head coach, is the interaction with the fans and the people that love it. And I'll be honest, some fucking hosts can't do that. Some hosts of shows can't do that. Some networks can't do that, because they're all scripted. They need a direction. I don't need anything. I fucking will talk, and we will bring it in, and we can talk about anything. So 100 proof, and the music and everything that it stands by, and the drops, and it's not for everybody. We saw some critics of like, this is 7 minutes it takes to get to the show. Well, you got a fast forward button, buddy. Use it. Go to that. Now that it's live on video, you could jump and be in certain segments. And Aldo with these, you saw the video wipe. You want to show them again, Aldo, real quick? of
He stepped away.
Oh, he did.
I had to take a pee, man.
No problem.
So badly.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't see.
Oh, it's okay, but
So these wipes,
let me show
like,
you this.
A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom.
and we're back here live.
There you go.
We're talking, and it could be a play that comes up like that. And now we're going to talk about it, and that's what you're going to get. So there's no end for what we're going to be able to do for you. And my creative mind is always thinking. I did send Aldo a bunch of like graphics that I made for tonight to show off a little bit. But you've seen them in the promos that I put out on Facebook because I don't do Twitter. But Shane actually puts, so you could see some of the graphics and things that are going to come across the screen. But we're also going to take it to the tape because that's what we do here to prove the point. And we're going to allow everybody to be involved in it, from the hater to the freaking lover who's creating shirts and magnets and everything like that. So everything that I dreamt of this real long time ago, that you'd have an opportunity to do something that's so incorporating the fan who's a fanatic for the Chicago Bears. We're way beyond what you're going to get at chicagobears.com. I'm just keeping it 100 because you're going to be a part of it. We're going to give you the Bears. We're going to give you the guests. We're going to give you the song. We're going to give you the fun, but we're also going to give you the raw truth. And we also have Greg Braggs, who's friends with all those people over there. He could be our nice guy that we send as a spy. Look at him.
That's fucking blue eyes.
What did I do?
Aldo,
What?
can you put Chubb's comment up on the screen so
Where's
we can
Chubb's?
address it?
I didn't see Chubb's comment.
I'll tell you guys one thing that you need. Every show is a guy not on camera that has the schedule of the show to some extent screaming in your ear, telling you to move it along every show. What does that mean? I'm not sure.
Well,
he's talking about a show producer, a produced show. I think he's trying.
Yeah, he wants a guy that's holding us to a schedule. That's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
Not on this show.
Not on this show.
Cubs, yeah, that makes sense. Let me just add this. The 100 proof is no fucking rules. We are taking this as far as possible, and I don't mean in terms of length and stuff. We're just discovering things. We're trying to we're trying to do things that are totally different. We've got other shows on a network that follow more traditional ways of programming, with certain segments and openings and so forth, because we know there's still an audience for that. But 100 proof here is about breaking boundaries. It's about trying new things. And sometimes we're going to fail fucking miserably. There have been some shows that I started to listen to and I'm like, oh my gosh, we fucking blew that, man. We blew that big time. But there have been some other shows where we come up with some great segments and great ideas and stuff. And I go, okay, here, this works. This is great. I'm glad that we took a chance on this. So 100 proof is totally different than I think most podcasts, whether it's Bears or any one of the 31 other NFL teams cover. It is about trying new things and trying to be as innovative as possible. So I totally respect what you're saying, Chubbs, but if you want that type of programming, go to the Mike North Advantage. That's more of a traditional kind of radio show / podcast. Buffon 55, the same thing. We've got other shows that will do that for you.
Yeah, there's no rules here in regards to
and
no
that's
script. That's
one of the things that I don't think people realize when we talk about that. There's no show flow, or Aldo and Phil and I. We're on the show tonight. Phil and I will hear from Aldo next Wednesday, about 6:00, probably. Like literally, there'll be a couple of topics or whatever. But when was the last time we ever sat down and said, "All right, we're going to do this, this, and this, and this"? It just doesn't. we meet on whatever platform we're using and we talk. And I think that that's what separates us, and that's what makes us special is there's no preconceived notions. Everything, like if you guys get to a point when you guys see live reactions to us, you saw it with the draft, when you see it with a game or however we do that, you're going to notice that it's a lot of what we're like on here. It's raw, it's unedited. You may not like it. We may change our mind later on when we've calmed down, but that's, fan is short for fanatic, and that's the way we are. And we're going to give it to you unedited, no structure, no script, no nothing. It's no nonsense. And that's who we are, and that's what we want to be.
Right. The only thing that's scripted is we're going to do these segments. That's it.
Sure.
So I write up
even then, yeah. We know the segments, but
that's
there's
it. I don't know what's going to even be talked about in the segment. I don't know the bear up for Shane. He might steal mine. You know the show. It's not going to change. We're going to add some more things, and your creativity, your passion through it. If I wanted to beatbox right now, I would beatbox right now. See, I could do that.
Can we get that on a shirt, Acevedo?
Fuck the script. Fuck exactly. Look at that retro band movies. I said it.
I showed my wife. I was like, "Listen to Phil beatbox." She's like, "Man, he's pretty good at that." I'm like, "Yeah, he is."
He's a beatbox champ.
I can tell. It's pretty good.
Beatbox champ. Oh, that's not even half.
Summer camp, 1989.
I wasn't even born.
Joe Mandel's big voice came in the summer.
Follow up on what Chubb said. I don't think so much that what he said was a complaint.
Oh my God, Chubbs! Come on,
fuck a producer.
Yeah, we're lying to you, Chubbs. We script everything. No, yes, we have segments that we do, of course, that we've done for years, man. Come on. Quit trying to be the contrarian.
Come on, I want to hear you.
Chubbs.
You guys are going to go at it.
Show.
I like Chubbs. I like Chubbs. Because he holds your feet to the fire, Shane.
There's no feet to be held to the fire. There's no preconceived.
It doesn't matter.
There's no preconceived anything on 100 proof. Oh, you guys have segments. It's all planned out. Give me a fucking break.
There's no plan, Chubbs. I can 100%.
But there is, Phil. You guys planned to go on video. You planned it.
Is that
what you guys are going on at 8:00? That was planned. See, I was right. Look at me.
I just said I do write the script for my soliloquies.
Right.
I like the comment. I like the comment you made last week. You made the comment like Bears Barroom is like going out to the bar with you guys and bullshit. And I love that comment because some people make comments in the YouTube, and that's what separates you guys.
Right.
What you do, you guys talk shit. You guys have a good time, but you guys get to the point and your truth about it. Today, Phil just came on and apologized. He said, "Yeah, about what'd you say about the Cole Kmet? You said you wouldn't have picked him there, but but he's your number one tight end." There's not many analysts will come on here and apologize and say, "You know what, I was wrong for saying that."
Well,
I was a Kaiser QB1 guy in 2017.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I had Mitch as my number 4 quarterback in that draft. I had Deshaun Kaiser number 1. So it is what it is.
Well, you know what I have are these fucking shout outs that I wanted to read to you guys from the chat room.
There you go.
You are
Holy
listening
shit.
to Bears Barroom Radio.
Who is that guy? I got to see this guy.
It's Elvis.
We got to bring him on
He
video.
was yelling at Greg today because he wants
he's
to
mad
go
at
on
me.
Shy fan first to get his feet wet. Oh boy, Shane. Could Elvis handle Shy fans?
Elvis can handle it. Can handle it. But I feel like how could he not? He's your friend. He's got to come on.
He just wanted to get a practice, like just a segment with Elvis.
Oh my gosh.
He's got chickens.
He's got a chick. He's good. Kaiser is a free agent now. Yes.
Bring him on.
We're trying to get him. Maybe one of you fans could reach out to him. We get him on 100 proof and talk to him. As Pace reached out.
Oh, there's the song I wanted to hear.
Shit, you motherfucker! I've been starving myself all day. My final meal.
Hey, I was
couldn't
talking
you
about the
just
swag
pick
earlier.
up-
I thought Shane was gonna reach through the camera and choke me and say, "Shut
I'm
the
like,
fuck up."
I texted Sandlin like 2.5 hours ago. I'm like, great, we're gonna talk about fucking socks next. Talk about
all about the swag.
Oh
So is
my
there anything
God.
else before we go to shout-outs? I think we covered.
I think we have,
Patreon.
and again, this is a continuous dialogue with you. We want to know what it is you want, because we want to try to deliver it for you. And in some cases, we may not be able to because either legal issues or technology issues, or we just can't for whatever reason. But if we can get ideas from you as to what you want, and we will work hard to try to make it happen, whether it's in the swag or our programming, what have you, let us know and we will work hard at it, because that's, I think, the recipe for success. So please, let's continue the dialogue and watch for the Survey Monkey that I'll be sending out. I'll talk about it on the next 100 Proof, and I promise to showcase those graphics that Phil and Shane worked on and that I got ready for this show. Hey, I gotta tell you, man. Well, I better not.
No, go ahead. Tell me, because I get excited because then I can.
Family issues going on right now. I'm
you
fucking
going in there.
to break the law. I just
boy,
leave it at that. And I'm trying real hard to be a very responsible citizen, but and a good father-in-law. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
Oh.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I knew what you were talking about already. Now
No, right?
you're throwing.
Oh my God. So anyway, enough of my problems. You got enough of your own. Let's start out with the shout outs. Shane is the one that is already on that pillow with a heart on. Shane, what do you got? Shout outs.
I want to shout out all the barflies and all the people in the live comments, because this is who we're doing it for. We couldn't do any of this without you guys, and the interaction is only going to be ramped up here with where we're going with this, and we need you just as much as I think you guys want to hear from us. We need you guys. You're a big part of what drives this vehicle, because like I said, the promotion from you guys, just the word of mouth, tell one Bears fan a day about Bears Bar Room, and after a month, you have a lot more people that are doing the same thing, and people are knowing when you go to football games or go to any sporting. Hey, have you guys heard the guys from Bar Room? That's where it all starts, and I see it here in New York. It's amazing. You go, like I was in Home Depot the other day, and a guy walked up and he looked at me and he's like, "Oh man, I'm sorry," and I'm like, "What's up? Why are you sorry?" He's like, "Oh, my wife is a Packers fan, and I'm a Bears fan, so I'm rolling with you." I'm like, "You a Bears Bar Room fan?" He's like, "Bears Bar Room? Yeah, I'm a huge Bears Bar Room fan." I didn't really get into the whole gist of it with him because I didn't have time, unfortunately, but it's, the people are everywhere, and it's from our fans, our committed fans, and it means a lot to every one of us up here. So keep doing what you're doing, and let's make this entire thing blow up.
There you go. Very well put, Shane. Thank you very much. I love you, Shane. And you being in the champagne room at home brings back so many fucking memories of my time in Vegas. So that's another reason why.
What happened in Vegas?
That's right.
Alex Acevedo, I know you got some shout outs too, bro.
Yeah, I want to shout out my two daughters, Alani and Olivia, my wife Trisha, for dealing with all my shit, especially the meeting today. I'm away from my family. Thanks to my mother-in-law Vicky for watching the girls and letting me take time away to talk about swag, Shane. And yeah, and shout out to everybody.
You need a podcast.
Yeah, no
Swag.
shit. Talk about swag.
The swag pod.
The swag pod
Oh,
for
man.
30 minutes.
If me and Phil had a pod, it'd probably go for 10 fucking hours. I swear, we could just keep talking bullshit.
Can't wait.
Yeah. You know what? I might have to be on the daily dose. I might have to be on that.
Yeah.
I have to bring the
I can
daily
handle
dose back.
Bring back the daily dose and make sure that Alex is wearing those nipple rings.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to shout out to everybody who's interacted with me, who's purchased shirts for the Barroom Swag Shop, and just to love everybody. You know, I'm getting thanked for this, and like I said it before. It's crazy what you guys have built, and I'm proud to be a part of Bears Barroom, man. It's an honor to be with you guys, and like I said, I was a fan coming to it. I made Phil a couple shirts, and look at me now. I mean, so I'm on with you guys. So I'm proud to represent. So
thank you, brother.
Look at that. Now
All
you're
right,
part of it.
who should I go to next? Should I go to Greg because he's got a long list of stuff?
Go to me first. I'll
Okay,
keep
so
it under
Greg and then my one or two shout outs. Draft Dr. Phil, it's all yours.
Yeah, I just want to thank the brotherhood of Shane and Aldo. First and foremost, no offense to Greg and my boy Alex on the panel here, but just to believe in the crazy ideas and get this far and go to video, I just think it's a long overdue transition for this show and this network and me being a part of it. I know Shane, Aldo, and myself, it just happened. Like I said earlier in the show, I stumbled across doing some research like Vic Fangio said, and I found something that totally knocked my socks off. And I thought about all of these listeners that I always shout out, how they would be such a bigger part of what we've already made them a big part of, a show and shout outs and songs, but now it's going to be even more. So I just want to shout out you two for believing in me and this crazy idea, and I really appreciate you both very, very, very much. So let me get that out of the way. Greg and Alex, obviously I've spoken enough. I love Greg. Make sure my boy JL, Jim Larison, knows I have two guys I love, you and him.
Hey, he messaged me. He wants Tape Never Lies shirts.
There you go. See?
He wants to represent.
He's going to represent the Tape Never Lies shirts. Get them while they're hot. Thank you, Alex, for doing the swag shop, taking it upon yourself. I just can't emphasize that enough, how many people I've met through the show. And there was one dude, damn, this live comment let me down. It only goes up to a certain time, and then I can't see. Son of a, I was going to shout out this one dude, but Newport 100, that's on there. EJ, Sandy Tom from across the pond, Chris Sandlin, Super Barfly Chris Sandlin, Grant Sims, Jarrell Ramey, Sherry, Lady Bear. Should I give your whole government? I'll just put Lady Bear, Sherry Lady Bear, Chris Gonzalez, Grant Sims, Heidi Zimmerman. I think she's up. There's a two-way race for Super Barfly in the offseason. And Heidi, I'm throwing your name in the hat. Ryan Cox, Avon Walker. You've been here all night. Anthony Walker, two walkers. Why don't you walk your ass out here and get on the show? Bobby Phelan, another guy I've met through the show that's like a brother. Chicago Parker. Man, where's Steve Zimmerman tonight? Rel Ramey, Retro TV and Movies. You've been incredible. McLean, Friedman, I appreciate you. There was one guy earlier. Fuck. White boy. He has his picture on there, Greg. Did you capture his name? How about my boy Chubbs? Chubbs82, CBP Film. What up, kid? Aaron Current, another guy that I've met here on the show that was a fan of the show. Now is working. The Sensei J. Say hey. I like that dude. I know, Joshy, I don't know you, but I'm going to shout you out anyway because that's what this new interactive thing, that's how quick Aldo could put somebody up like Tigger Killam, who's just coming over from the Tape Never Lies and now is becoming a huge fucking barfly like Dan Aguirre, who I'm going to shout out. And John Westwater, thank you. There's Sensei J again. I just want to also take the time out and say this little bit. Mo Bierman, if I didn't miss you, I promise. Clint Jefferson, you guys have been rocking with us all night. And there's a bunch of other people that I want to thank. But first, my wife for supporting me in this and also believing, hey, your path is through the Tape Never Lies, she said. Nobody does it like you. They can try to imitate you, and she was right. And then she also said, you guys need to be on video because you're so connected, the three of you, that when people actually see you and know that it's unscripted and that you're really talking off the top of your head, sorry, Chubbs, that they'll be even more impressed. So shout out to her, putting up with me and giving me the opportunity to put all this work. Yes, we do love Stephanie Atoshin. My boy Brian Nelson, my former guard. Look at him. I think that's him in the chat room. This kid used to fire out. Used to call him Bedrock Aldo. You would have loved him as a guard. Kid knew how to fire out. Anyway, I also want to thank my father who always taught me, hey, if you're going to be in front of the camera, this is a guy that I would watch do an interview after a game, and he'd just take all the blame. And I would always be upset, like as a son, and be like, no, why are you doing that? Why aren't you pushing back? He's like, let me tell you something. When you get out in front of the camera, you got to be yourself. You got to take ownership of it. You got to tell people how it is. And if those people that don't get it or believe something, you got to teach them. You got to teach them and be there for them. You surround yourself with good people. That's what we've done here. And I think this broadcast is the first one ever, Aldo. I know you miss Vegas, but it's the first one ever that I'm very proud of this network and what it's going to be able to give. And I shout out my family and everyone that's believed in me. There's too many to name, Claudio and others that are out there, but
love Claudio.
Yeah. I just want to thank you guys. It's going to be a freaking great, great, great off season. Even though the pandemic is going on and you're getting your, did everybody receive their stimulus check for the
Nah, I don't get one.
Did you get one, Aldo, or no?
I don't get one.
No?
My wife makes too much money. Shout out to my wife.
There you go. Well, I hope everyone out there, lastly, and then Greg, I'll turn it over to you. I just hope all of you that are listening in for the first time, or Dan Kelly, everybody, that you are all safe, that you're all not without a job or not without an income, that you're out there doing your best. And I promise you, we're going to bring you a different level of entertainment all throughout the off season.
Very well done there. Now we turn it over to Greg Braggs, who has been working so fucking hard on collecting comments. By the way, you get the award for the jacket of the night, Greg Braggs. You've gotten a lot of compliments on what you're wearing. It's not just the Bears Barroom t-shirt underneath the jacket. It is that fucking jacket that you're wearing. And I have to admit, that is a sweet looking fucking jacket. Does it have anything on the back?
No, it's got got the patch, and that's about it. I've had
I
it for a
seen
few years.
I like that.
Old Barb got it for me. Shut the fuck up, Shane. So, no, I do want to say the live chat has been a lot of fun. Been really tough to keep up with, and that's a good thing. That's a good problem to have. And trying to see, all the different mediums people are coming from: Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. We got well over 150 live listeners for quite a while. We stayed at over 100 listeners for most of the show. Just started to drop off here as we wrap up the final edition here of the first edition of video of Bears 100 Proof. Very cool to be a part of. Really enjoyed everything, all the different, creativity from all you guys. Aldo, you're putting in a lot of hard work. Phil, this is a great idea. I know you've been pushing this for quite some time, and you can just see where this is going to go. It's got a lot of potential here. I'm really excited to see how this moves forward, and really honored to be a part of the show, truly. So, that being said, I have some comments coming out of our first video on Bears 100 Proof Town Hall meeting. And the first comment of the day was from James Hines, and he said he was a new listener of Bears 100 Proof, found you guys through the Tape Never Lies, and he said he loves us. Shane, Aldo, Greggy, and the Draft Doctor make one hell of a show. So that was pretty cool of him to hear. Cool of him to say. Nate Moore said, what up, everyone? Can't wait for the first live 100 Proof, so hope you enjoyed it. Nate Avon Walker said, we all have different screen names. We're all going to have to reintroduce ourselves. Very true, Avon. Everyone's going to have to say what your MixLR screen name is in here so we can start to get to know, put the face to the name of the MixLR screen name to this one here. Brian Dean said, listening at 1:30 a.m. UK time. Had to be here for this occasion, so we appreciate that, Brian. Right. I'm pretty sure he stayed up till 3:30 a.m. to listen to the show all the way out in the UK, so really appreciate that, Brian. It's true devotion. Pete Tuccio, I believe, he said, Braggs, when I've had my head down a lot, people think I'm sleeping. I'm actually writing down your comments, working hard. And Braggs Tuccio said Braggs is working on his 2021 mock draft right now, which is true. Chubbs82 said, Phil looks like a giant cartoon head drawing you get done at the pier for $15. So I thought that was pretty funny. It kind of looks like that. Okay. There were some really good comments, as far as how we look. People are getting to put a face to the voice for the first time, and it's got to throw some people off, I'm sure. David Stuckenborg said, greetings from Germany. So we appreciate you all the way out there in Germany. We have Nick Verha, who is a good buddy of mine, who I've met here through the bar room. So we got some friends out in Germany. Mitch Galloway said, y'all should go back to, what the hell did I even write here? Jeez, I can't even read my handwriting anymore. Mitch, I'm sorry, I can't read. Oh, yeah, he put, y'all should just go back to audio. Haha, so that was pretty funny, saying we're all ugly. Appreciate that. Christina Lucio said, we love you, Braggs. That's why we give you so much shit in the chat, you chatterbaiter. So I appreciate that. Sandlin, he said, only took the entire open to finish my first beer. That's how, that's what we do here. Chubbs wanted to give some shit, but Bears 100 Proof is about extensive content, extensive opens, extensive songs, extensive everything. That's what we're all about here. We try to go the extra mile for the listeners. Mark Sherman said, why is Phil in a brothel? So he kind of was interested in your lighting technique there. Mark Sherman
talking about
was.
Shane or me?
No, you. With
my blue?
With your blue. I guess he thought you were in a brothel. I don't know what brothels
What
Mark
kind of
Sherman
blue
attends.
brothel?
Christina Lucio, another chat she had, she put Greggy Cutler with I heart emoji faces. I thought that was interesting. I've heard some different people say I look like Cutler sometimes, or Fat Tim. Yeah, I've heard that a few times, or Fat Tim Tebow, or I've heard a lot of different ones. I've heard I sound like Jonah Hill. I've heard I sound like Seth. I've heard so many Seth Rogen. I've heard so many different things. But I'll take the Greggy Cutler, I guess. You know, I have heard that one a few times before. I got better eyes than Cuddy, though. So, Brandon Livingston said, Brandon Livingston had an interesting comment, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen him in the MixLR chat unless he had a different screen name, but he said, happy to be here for the first video show. My pops put me on to you guys via The Tape Never Lies. My pops passed away 2 months back, but I know he'd be watching from above. So we appreciate that, Brandon. Appreciate you coming over and listening to Barroom, and shout out to you and everything you got going on.
Sorry
Ned
for your loss.
Yeah,
Yes,
sorry
sir.
for your loss. Rest in
Yes,
peace.
sir.
R.I.P.
Yes, sir, Brandon. Ned Music said, have to say, it is weird putting faces to these voices, but it's a good surprise. Cars said, is Phil sitting on a stack of phone books so he can make the screen?
We should have brought that comment earlier.
Berlissimo said, I'm watching on my phone. Phil is actual size. That was decent. Ryan Cox said, what is it like to live in a storage unit, Greg? Berlissimo followed that up with, Phil looks like Kevin Hart. And then Sandlin said, Kevin Hart is funny, though. So I thought that was a funny little
shot at me like
yeah,
that?
Sandlin took a shot. That was pretty good.
Wow.
Deadly Chicken, these were more looks thing. A lot of people were interested in how we look. Deadly Chicken says Shane looks like Thanos. And then he I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he kind of does. Deadly
I mean, I
Chicken
can snap my thumbs and end the show.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, Deadly Chicken said, I'm so glad we get to see Shane and Phil go at it instead of just hearing it. I agree. That was one of my favorite parts at the beginning where you two were going back and forth.
Yeah, then you
side
have
by
dumbasses
side.
like Mike Brez that used to say that all we used to say was, kiss each other's ass and agree on everything, right? Sorry,
Well,
Mike.
hey, sometimes we're not going to get along or agree on everything. That's life. Chris Gonzalez said Greg needs more Jack tonight, and I agree. I haven't drank Jack Daniels since the infamous Doug Plank show, but I also can't drink anymore because I'm on the diet, so that's just how it's going to go for a little bit. Berlissimo also said Greg winning the jacket game. Appreciate you, Berlissimo. And I'm wrapping it up here. Thomas Matthews said, the mental awareness of a bald dude who wears a visor should be questioned. Talking about Matt Nagy. That's pretty funny. I had to stick that one out. Brian Dean said, I'm disappointed none of you have a call sheet for wallpaper. Jeremy Forer said, is Chatterbaiter in a bathroom? And then GSH Jeff, who is also known as Jeffrey McLaughlin, said, Greg's bandwidth is a boat anchor. Heidi said, Shane looks purple. EJ said, we get to see Dumbest Tweet of the Week live. Awesome. And Sandlin said, remember last week when the town hall was going to be minimal football talk? and Cal Abdullah for the final one of the night said, Bears Barroom on the big screen. I've waited a while to say that. So we appreciate everybody, Heidi and everybody in the chat. We love all you guys, and look forward to next week and more Bears 100 Proof on video.
There you go. Well done, Greg. I know that's not an easy job, particularly with the new setup here, but you delivered, and thanks.
Fuck, I'm about to pass out. My head's spinning from writing so much. I know. I just from all the writing, you get dizzy after a while. Then you're trying to keep up with the chat, looking up. It's just a lot going on.
Well, you did a really nice job. I
did.
mean that. Thank you very much for that. For my shout outs, and I don't get political on this show at all. And that's not my intention when I say that I want to shout out all of the healthcare workers, all of the people at the front line delivering, the type of services that we need, the type of aid that we need during this pandemic. These people are being really put upon in such a tremendous way. There's just been so much disorganization with how this country has dealt with this pandemic. And, it's been a very, very complicated situation. We just don't know a lot about this invisible killer. It's a flu unlike any other that we've ever experienced in this country. And unfortunately, some people have done certain things that have just put a really, really a lot of stress on our healthcare system. And for whatever reasons, you can debate that about on your own. We just weren't ready for this onslaught. So my heart goes out to all of the people. For instance, Greg Braggs, his wife is a healthcare worker. She's a neonatal nurse. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah, that's right. She's a neonatal nurse at a private office, so she's not on the front lines like some.
Right.
But yeah, she's definitely up against it every week. That's right. Very busy with the damn virus.
Yeah, and so your heart goes out to anyone who is working in the healthcare industry, whether they're directly involved with taking care of COVID-19 patients or not. It is just a very stressful situation. So I realize what they are doing and what we are doing here is just hopefully providing some entertainment and some laughs and some diversion from all of the worries that all of us are going through. So again, a shout out to everyone out there who is doing the really, really hard work. We love you and really, really appreciate what you are doing. And I really, really appreciate what everyone here at Bears Ballroom is doing. This is not this video venture that we're going into. This is not just the work of the 100 Proof Grant Gang. It's the work of the entire Bears Ballroom Radio Network. They have built the pillars that are holding up the entire network. And so I'm really, really appreciative and proud of all of their work and creativity. This has just been one of the highlights of my career. And I'm very, very lucky to be involved in it with Draft Dr. Phil, Shane Marsaw, Greg Braggs, Alex Acevedo, and the dozens of other people who are volunteering their time to the Bears Ballroom Radio Network. So lots of appreciation there. Really, really love you guys. That's it, man. I always end the show by saying, if you drink, please don't drive, and always bear down.
Bear down. And if you can't afford a big baller pad, don't have your daddy pay for it, because it doesn't mean you're a big baller, you pussy.
Pussy, pussy, pussy. Can't you see? Sometimes. Oh, sorry. Oh my God.
That drop, Phil. You don't have that pussy drop somewhere?
Oh, that's yours.
Oh, that is.
It popped in my head though. But it always pops in my head when Shane brings up the baller pad. Mr. Tough Guy.
Big baller.
There, Charles, and block somebody. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Acevedo's throwing drops in there. Look at this.
Get out there, Charles.
The roid rage. Roid rage is hit.
There have been a couple of times where I wanted to refer to Alex as double A, and then for some reason I just said no. I'm not gonna.
Oh my God.
So my nickname growing up was Ace, and Bobby Bombs calls me that. I'm like, now I feel at home. Everyone started calling me Ace. That was my
Ace.
nickname growing up.
I like that.
I like
Ace. It's like
Ace.
it's like something out of Top Gun or something.
That first holiday show
Alex
I came on, he
Acevedo.
called me Ace. I'm like, fuck, he seems like he knows me. Already called me my nickname.
Ace, you spell that ASS?
Well, I've gotten so much shit for my last name growing up. Avocado. God, I've heard that from first grade on up. A fucking avocado. Ace hole. Whatever you want to call it. I don't give a shit.
As long as they don't call you Bud.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, jeez.
Hey, Bud. That's a Greg Braggs thing. I'm like, don't ever fucking call me that. I fucking hate that shit.
I think Bobby Bombs does that too. Doesn't Bobby
What's
does
up,
that?
Bud? Does
Yeah.
he?
What's up, bud?
What's up, Bud?
Yeah, I think it's like a Southside Chicago thing or something. I don't know.
Text, email, send this show out, share it with
Bob
people.
or Airlissimo just messaged me and said, I'm going to call you Vader, which is funny. My buddy Tom, shout out to Tom Crabtree in California now, he calls me Vader. So that's another nickname they call me, Vader.
There you go.
I love Airlissimo.
There you go. Airlissimo's back up. I thought he went to bed.
So
2 hours of sleep, he's back.
Guy went to sleep, came back.
Yeah, so it's 5:52 in England right now. So he probably got 2 or 3 hours and is back at it. I love
There
Barely.
you go. How many mocks did he get complete? I love Barely. We love you too, Barely.
We should play that song.
We should play his song out.
We're
Yeah.
good. We're good. We're good.
You should play the Greg Braggs.
Greg's not saying
Oh,
anything because
box.
Greg agrees with me.
Fine. No, I was talking.
Greg's not saying anything because he's gonna pass out from exhaustion.
I can't believe you didn't
10
eat.
seconds.
Why didn't you just eat?
Well, there was a little fairy tale, Aldo said before the show, saying we weren't going to go very long.
Yeah,
We were gonna go to town hall.
How did that go? I asked 3 hours ago. So how long we going? Nobody. The next text I got was, "I gotta pee." I'm like, all right, guess we're going a while.
It's true.
So I'm just being a good trooper because I know it's our first video show, so we got to
Yeah.
finish strong here. And if I
Okay.
pass out on camera, I guess it'll just make for a good moment.
Look at this old porn stuff.
I swear, Acevedo, if you say one more fucking ball washing comment, I'm gonna fucking drive to Bourbonnais and rip your head off.
There you go.
Oh,
Here's
well,
your drop for
you wouldn't find me in Bourbonnais. I've actually moved outside of Bourbonnais now. So
Oh, okay,
you could
good. Get
drive
the
there.
intel. Get the intel.
Well, I know where you live now because I'm a great guy and delivered that shirt you're wearing.
You
right now
are.
to
You are. I owe you
Because I
some
want you to-
Taco Bell. I owe you
I
some
want you to
Taco
know-
Bell.
Yeah, hey, I'll take you up on it. I love Taco Bell.
I got $19 left still on Larison's card, so let me know.
Don't do that, please.
Listen, Aldo, you'd like some things on the Taco Bell. Don't hate on Taco
Didn't you
Bells.
read the story about 17
I don't read.
horse meat is in the fucking meat?
Oh
of
my
Taco Bell?
God.
Allegedly, according to this story that was out a few years ago. So,
Allegedly.
well, I'm saying that for legal purposes. Trust me.
Yes.
Taco Bell. All right, guys, I'm going to hit the end broadcast button, and I don't know what's going to happen. It could mean the end of all of us. We could all
Yes,
blow
I
up.
think it does.
There it is. End the
It's gonna be
broadcast.
good night. God bless you all. And good night.
It's ending at 4:20.